Greetings
No.
and salutations.
Now I'm live, yeah.
I need people to know my reference. They do.
Reference?
Yeah, greetings and salutations.
Isn't that? I know that.
Hmm.
Isn't that Charlotte's Web? Salutations. Never mind.
Is that from Charlotte's Web? That's not what I know it from.
Not
Do they
greetings,
say?
but
Do they?
salutations.
No.
Yeah.
It's from yeah, it's from Heather's.
I've never seen Heather's.
I should have been a theater kid. I liked it, and I was a terribly shy kid, and I liked theater. It was crazy.
So it's been a couple weeks. So
Yeah.
recap.
DM, please. Oh wait, he's
Man, a recap would be great. I think if I knew what we did.
You've been a bit slow. We did.
I remember you guys getting new armor to be made. Like you went to go sell or use or do whatever with the Zorn hide.
That was a baby show.
Yeah, that was the.
Right.
I think Kava repressed it. Yeah. Didn't go as planned.
I considered getting the
Was that like most of last session?
I think so.
That was pretty much it, right? Like you guys went to the Kudons for that stuff. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Like, am I crazy? Am I not missing anything?
Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room with rats.
Nope.
The rats made me crazy.
Oh.
I don't think so. And then I realized I was muted, so I unmuted myself to say I was crazy.
so what to do.
Oh, Jaffel did talk to us about the staff and situation, and is gonna borrow his stuff, and yeah, the whole plan, I guess, still scheme of things is going to Karis
Right.
eventually. Yeah.
Did I give you what her staff does?
Nah.
Cause her staff is fucking wild. Right, cause I gave her this, not this. It's also kind of a big list, so to slightly keep that in mind. Trying to think of the best way to.
You technically have it. I don't know if you've made provisions for it, but you do have it. Oh. Because I saw that you had the tag.
This is her fucking crazy ass staff, by the way. It's the staff of the Magi.
Oh,
You want to cast a bunch of crazy shit? You can do it.
okay, law.
Is that in Warstorm?
What the heck?
It has enlarge or reduce.
Some of these having no charge cost isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like,
Enlarge
okay,
reduce
Mage
doesn't have a
Hand and Light.
What?
No, enlarge
That's
reduce is
insane.
free.
That's crazy. I'm gonna make so many big islands. Crazy.
No, that just makes Isla like the size of y'all.
Better
What?
huggable.
Isla?
Also, you ignore, or you can arguably ignore single target spells targeted at you. Just, don't overcharge it, because then it fucking explodes.
I mean, I've had plenty of practice with the magic missile. That I've never gone too far with.
Well, it has the spell absorption, so it holds 50 charges. You have plenty of space to work with. But it has spell absorption, so if you have a spell that just targets you, it has to be specifically single target. It can't be like an AoE that happens to only hit you or whatever. But like, say somebody casts disintegrate at you or some shit like that, you can just use your reaction to absorb it instead and ignore it. And the staff gets charges based off of the spell's level. So you can recharge the staff using somebody else's spells. But if it goes over 50, it explodes.
That's
And boy, if it explodes, you have a 50-50 shot of being dead.
Oh, oh.
Because there's a 50% chance you get teleported to a random plane of existence right before it explodes. But if you don't avoid it, you take 16 times the amount of charges it had.
It's like under a 10.
Oh.
Like on the outside.
So if you overcharge it, then say you do like 55, you're taking like 200 damage at that point.
The two people next to each other both should.
No, more than that.
Oh, look.
You'd be taking like 800 damage at that point.
Not
And then
good.
everyone around you can take like a third of that. Or you can choose to just snap it in half whenever you want.
Oh, cool. Detonate. Panic.
Or some like random thing that
Yep.
makes it.
It
way
is
easier.
quite literally a panic button. You just fucking snap it and you have a 50-50 chance of living.
If you snap it and throw it away really far, would that help?
No, because the second it snaps is it explodes.
Aw. So if you threw it away really far and then like dropped a rock on it, maybe that could work. Sorry, I'm not thinking of this rationally.
I think I've
Like I say,
accidentally
you
drawn
still have
Violet as
to.
a bait. Still have
It has to be an intentional snap. You can't just like break a rock or use a rock to break it or something.
Okay.
It has to be like you hold it, channel it, and then snap it, and then you have a 30-foot sphere that just explodes. But I imagine you don't want to break your girlfriend's staff, so.
I don't want to. Would it possibly accidentally happen? Yeah, but I'm glad that it doesn't detonate if I accidentally do it. I'm more afraid of her losing it. That's more what that would be really bad. She's gonna try not to. Gonna try not to though.
This one also has the bonus that it can't, if you use all of the charges, it can actually break. So feel free to go to 0. Thing is, too, I thought about giving her that, but there's also a staff that's literally called the Staff of Lightning and Thunder, and I was like, that makes so much sense for her. Except it's a melee-based
That one is
staff.
the one that I would normally
Oh, yeah.
have. I would just make them stay back there, but since I have the second one,
Mostly
that's my
just does like a bunch of extra thunder damage when you hit something with it, and then
looked up and
you
used
can
it.
like occasionally zap something with lightning, but it's more of a melee staff for like monks.
What the heck is that?
Anyway, yeah, have fun with that thing. It surely won't bite me in a boss fight or something.
You always do this to yourself.
I do, yeah.
I mean, you're luckily giving it to someone who's kind of dumb, so you should be right. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, thank you, I appreciate it. But like, what I'm gonna be able to do to you isn't gonna be like, it's gonna be, oh, I'm gonna throw some random shit at you. Not like a calculated situation. Like, I doubt it's gonna
Right.
be the scariest.
Are you serious right now?
I mean, to be fair, you could also just spam Fireball and Lightning Bolt out of it, and it'll do a ton of damage.
Fireball.
Yeah, that'll be okay.
Like, you literally did that shit with the bats, like, and you've done a lot of other shit too. Like, don't sell yourself short.
That's still pretty random shit. Like, I'm happy to have it. Like that's on top of the dome, not calculated by any.
Yeah, but like, that's how it goes though.
It's also arguably
Or you should-
better. Because if you can have that kind of like quick response as a a more reactive state, like quick thinking kind of thing. Who gives a shit about planning?
Exactly. That's what I'm
Plans don't work
saying.
anyway.
Don't sell yourself short. Ah.
Plans never work unless your plan is, hey, we're gonna go in there and blow something up.
I like that plan.
Odds are that plan will at least succeed in varying degrees of arguable success, but
Gone.
Apparently not.
okay. So yeah, y'all had a baby shower. You got sort of got the armor stuff sorted with Kudon. He said he had to go talk to somebody about who making it, but
That's
y'all paid for that, right?
uh,
Or did you just pay for the
We're talking
enchantments?
about. We're talking about paying it now or later. I'm pretty sure we paid it now.
Wait, what? What are we?
The armor.
The
I think
armor
you,
stuff.
yeah, like I remember you saying you'd pay for the actual making of the armor situation, but then you decide on the. No, I'm pretty sure you were
Oh
saying
shoot!
that like
Yeah, we were saying we're gonna.
you would
The
most likely
enchantment.
go with the enchantment because you didn't want to pay for the enchantments if it meant you're going to go for a more expensive enchantment, something like that. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't. Jaffa was.
I feel like you each paid like 200 platinum or something.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It was 250.
Was it 250? Okay, so we you did pay for the armor being made too as well. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. So yeah, armor is paid for. He just has to talk to whoever's making it to give you a timetable of it being made and what to do with it.
Like per pump, right? So I just want to go like 10 times, 10 mils, 10 mils, 10 mils.
Now, I partially can't remember. Did you both decide on enchantments, or was that more of a
Actually,
we'll see after it gets made
I'll
kind
see how
of
I
thing?
feel after
Yeah.
10, and then I'll decide if I want to keep
Yeah.
going or not. But 10 is where I
'Cause
like.
I know we talked about them, but I don't know if there was ever a decision.
I mean, I can't really do much else other than the glamour thing. Whatever it is.
Right. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was the next day. Don't think we had gone through like the morning stuff. Who was sleeping where, by the way? Because like,
Sort of discussed that, and that like everyone has his place to stay except for Isla, and I think both of us literally were like, "Nah, she can stay with us." So it really depends on where Isla wants to go.
right? Because Luna can stay at the towers as well. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, it was literally only Isla that didn't have a.
If it's not an inconvenience.
Wherever Ilo, I guess, wants to stay. Evol's sleeping with her kid, though, so, you know.
Oh yeah. Right. I'll stay with Jeff.
Well, to be fair, Jaffel offered, but it's not arguably her place to offer.
Well, does Sam say
Ah.
anything?
Isla can sleep on the couch.
I mean, she wouldn't care as much. Like, too much. I feel like, technically, depending on... if you stay at either place, I'm
See,
pretty
I'd
sure you're
also
sleeping
just
on the
not
couch.
tell anyone how I was getting it. Just to be extra mysterious.
Which is good.
Like, no, everyone's super confused.
Couch is
so
bed to
like,
Isla.
It's free.
And
I
it's
got
free.
lucky, invested early.
And it's probably like really roomy for her.
Yeah.
These ads matter at all.
Yeah, honestly, you laying down on the couch probably would take up as much room as Donk would just take, like, sitting on it.
Yeah.
So you're just saying that she is the length of Donk's ass.
Well, I imagine
No,
growing up.
because I'm accounting for, like, Donk's, like, figure, like his shoulders and everything, kind of, like, taking up space next to him, like, having his arms at the side and everything.
Still here inside the Donk's. That's alright.
Okay.
It's badonkadonk.
Boo, you whore.
I've
But
never
yeah,
seen, we
so
need to
you
watch
guys,
Mean Girls at some point.
Yeah.
you guys would wake up the next day. I don't know where y'all are gathering to figure out what you're doing. Because we fall at the Conjuration Tower. You have Luna, I think, at the Realms Tower? That's what we decided? Or was it the Junomancy one? I can't remember.
People ain't wanting to get up, so she's probably gonna be later.
Been seeing inviters out in Western and stuff. Like, it is actually impossible to kill.
Okay, well, so it's right. You wake up with your family. Isla, you wake
She
up
ain't
on
leaving.
Sarah's couch.
E.
Jaffel, you're waking up next to Duress.
Yeah.
I did this in a normal dungeon, and the entire group ran ahead without cooking it.
So I guess
Isla wakes up
since two
first.
of you are together, we'll go with Isla and Jaffel. What are you guys doing? Yes.
Isla makes breakfast. If she wakes up first. She's just gonna use the kitchen.
Breakfast.
Making
Okay.
waffles.
You would probably end up waking up and going to make breakfast around the same time Mirabelle would be walking into the kitchen to start making breakfast.
Oh. Good morning. Do you need help?
Oh, hi. Not
Hello.
used to. Usually, even Sarah takes another half an hour or so to. Sure, yeah, we can.
Yay. Didn't mean to scare you.
Okay. So the two of you will prepare breakfast. Probably a good bit faster than you're used to because there's two people doing it. Either that or you can get more done. It's
Yeah.
not sure which.
Well, there's more
So
of us, so I
you don't have
probably
to
need
account
more.
for dog-sized portions though. So
Don't say that.
Why would you say that?
It's okay.
Not
We will
okay.
survive.
No.
I do like to think that Isla like goes to make one big plate and then realizes what she's doing and then like kind of gets sad a little bit,
Yep.
but like continues to
Puts
make
back
breakfast.
slowly. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Jaffel, you and Duress, whenever you eventually get up out of bed,
Yeah.
will wake
Yeah.
up to a freshly made breakfast.
Woohoo.
Long get money.
It'd probably be a later start than usual because they're just chilling. But yes, that will be nice. She'll thank Maribel and Isla both and take a plate.
Of course.
And she'll say, "Save the washing up for me."
Oh, that's very nice.
Okay. Past that, like I said, you don't have any plans of where you guys were meeting up, so I don't know what the two of you were doing after breakfast.
Uh, we didn't pick a place to gather, did we?
Oh no, we didn't. I didn't get a single piece.
No, not really. I mean, I assume Val will just be spending time with the family. I suppose if we don't see her here in some time, then we could meet at the
Mhm.
keg.
Gather everybody together.
I just looked over at your freaking Shaylin's gift.
But yeah, we could wait here for a bit and then go pick up Nival and Luna.
It's funny that it's happened a second time on
Okay, sorry, I went to grab a drink. Um,
Yep.
specific.
okay, so you two will hang out for a bit, and see if anyone shows up. Mival, yeah, you'd spend the morning kind of with both of them.
Oh,
Probably not terribly long after you wake up.
what
Probably a good
what
like
is it that she was on?
hour or two after. Ratan would end up having to go to a class. And that
We
is
go get
also
him
around
ready
the
for
time
school.
that Vasco would end up usually heading over to one of the conjuration rooms to figure out if there's anything he has to do today.
Just because I think it's cute, I think, like, as they're waking up, Meval, like, snuggles them, but then, like, as they need to start getting up, she starts, like, playing with playing, like, peekaboo or whatever, like, you know, trying to make him giggle and whatever. But then, like, getting him ready and all that, she gets all sad because, like, now he has to go and do things, and yeah. Real life is coming back and being like, yeah, you need to do shit, bitch. And yeah. Probably, like, I guess once they're both gone, like, she would go to Sarah's.
Okay. Okay, so you'd be headed to Sayers after a while. Luna, I mean, you're waking up at one of the towers. I don't know what your
Yep.
first thought would be.
She would probably head over to like meet Mival at the Conjuration Tower.
Okay, so I would say, as Rotan is getting ready for class, Luna would show up at your kind of family
She'll just like wait outside
dorm room
the
type
tower
thing.
probably.
Oh, okay, so outside the tower then.
Just chilling.
Okay, so yeah, you'd wait there probably for a good bit. I guess Meatball taking her time to get every minute she can.
Probably
As she should.
worrying. Probably worrying if he's eating breakfast or whatever.
Um, I'm trying to think. They probably have something in each tower. As like a, I guess like half like cafeteria type thing, half not quite restaurant, but
She making.
actually, especially in the Conjuration Tower, you'd have a lot of unseen servants going around.
Mm, she'd make sure like her kid gets food and whatever.
Okay. So yeah, after a bit, you would head out of the tower, and then kind of immediately see Luna just kind of chilling there.
She like looks sad as she comes out, but gives a wave and walks over.
Okay. Um, Luna, you there?
Yeah. Did I miss something?
Mivol came out and saw you there, and then like you guys met up. That's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I assume we'll head back to Sayers.
Yeah.
Okay, so the two of you head over to Sayers. You probably get there around the time that I feel like Jaffel and Eiley, you two would probably decide that they might not be coming, and you have to go somewhere to find them or figure it out.
Okay, so
So
I
like
am
as you're
assuming.
getting ready to
Yeah.
leave, they start walking in.
Long time no see. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Oh, what's the mission today? Anything we need to go see?
I think we're waiting on our armor to be done.
How did you get a time frame on that one? Cause I gotta be in Kars within the week, remember?
Mm-hmm.
What was the time frame?
I think it was a
I
couple
mean,
days.
she would have
It wasn't.
said. I don't know.
I
But also,
don't
it was
remember
gonna
what
be like
That
it was
a
gonna be
genuine
more
question.
than
I don't know.
it was gonna be more than like it was gonna be a long while. Like
Until we can't push any buttons.
It was to have the armor made. It was undetermined because Kudan's not the one making it, so you'd have to go talk to somebody who's making it. But the enchantment itself, if you wanted to wait until the enchantment's done, would take like a few weeks, probably. But if you wanted to have the armor made, use it for something, and then eventually come back and have it enchanted afterwards, who knows?
So it's not gonna be ready in time for Kars, basically.
no.
Is the fair enough?
Not the enchanted version. The base version might be. Like I said, he has no idea how long it would take. So the base version might be, depends on what his response is.
Does the base
But
version
if you
actually give either of them like anything more than what they currently have? Like
it
armor
would
class wise or
be
anything?
it would be a +1 to armor class and
Okay.
resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing.
Pretty good. I mean, we can wait until the day of having to be there, basically, or the night before, I suppose, and see if it's ready. But in that case, is there anything else
Cast revive.
we're doing here aside from waiting for that armor? And of course, just, Val hanging out with her family, of course, and Jaffel hanging out with Dress, and just that sort of stuff. Is there anything that we need to get done in Dead Snows
Oh, no pig.
aside from wait for the armor?
I'm pretty sure not.
Because if we wanted to, if it's a week, we could also go and take a little tree tally to Waterdeep and check out and see Quill and see how they're doing real quick. See if we wanted to. Or we can literally just wait the week and then go to Carside. I don't mind, but what's the thoughts and feelings, everybody?
I agree.
They're not part of my everything at the same time.
CL, you should look at baby Isla.
Hmm?
Magma page.
Oh my goodness, she's so small.
she
need to
looks like
set my-
she looks like a baby Looney Tune.
Yup.
She's so cute.
I feel like she's like, if I was a criminal, would I look like this? And then just strikes this pose.
It just reminds me of when Jaffel and her intimidated that random thief. He's like, hey, you know where to acquire a child?
Yep.
I can just imagine her that small. Like, is that not a child? Like, oh, why do you need another?
I collect them.
Like cool though.
Like Pokemon. Yeah, am I familiar?
Oh my god, Quill is so cute.
I will forever struggle to draw Quill. I'm glad you like it, but I think it's maybe because I feel like Quill the person, hello, draws them so
Hello.
cute that I feel like I can't make them a different. Like every time I draw them, I'm like, it's not right. It's not there.
The
Ow!
computer.
And I think it being a bunny too. I thought bunnies would be easy. Bunnies are hard, but I'm glad. Very, very
Yeah.
small guy. Also, Luna about to commit war crimes against Jaffel with finger guns, but that's alright.
Good, good.
Good. I felt like that suited her. I feel like I know that we haven't really seen them interact, which would be very difficult for you to play both characters, I know. But I feel like Quill and her would have like sibling energy for real. I know she has a sibling, but I still think they would, because they have like the similar color palettes and stuff too, with the white hair and stuff. Oh my god, that'd be.
You can have multiple siblings.
It's true. It's true.
Take a
So-
drink every time Quill has a white-haired OC.
At least 3, right?
At least 3.
At least 3.
To be fair,
It's weird.
white
it-
hair
you
is
know,
like really cool.
White hair
I-
is really cool. I should I think utilize white hair more. Every time I think about, I mean, the prettiness of white hair is great. I always, not always, but since I drew the humanized version of, I keep thinking of the Lost Unicorn. That's what I think of with the white hair. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
so pretty. It's ridiculously pretty. That or like a pale pink, like a Fluttershy like level pink. It's like, ah, so.
Does it count if one
anyway.
of them is the child of the other, though?
Ooh.
Yes!
What?
I mean,
Okay.
yeah,
Yes!
because like, wait, did both parents have white hair?
Oh, I see. So I
No,
was
but
thinking
they have
that
2 kids.
I was so confused. So I'm guessing you're meaning is it Tyrad? Is that right?
Tyriat, yeah.
Tyriad, sorry. Is I was thinking as you said, I'm like, Quill's her dad? Like I was literally like, how the fuck does that work?
Yeah,
Like,
man.
what interdimensional fucking shit happened to Quill while we were away
That's
for that to
okay.
happen? I was trying
Oh,
to
no.
figure it out so deeply. I'm like, I don't know how that works. What do you mean?
That's okay, but Echo is Quill's grandma.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So Quill is
That at least makes
half.
sense timeline-wise. Well, he's the descendant of her adopted daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That's-
Sorry. Back to the quick detour. So what do we think about that? Did we want to head to Waterdeep? Do we just want to go through the week in Dead Snows? Let's take it to what are the thoughts? I know that you said CL that you, yeah, but like what's the thoughts, everybody?
what's out of character? What's going on in Waterdeep?
Yeah, I
Well,
don't know
it
what's.
nothing's necessarily going on in Waterdeep, but we have a week. We're waiting for the armor. Basically meaning that if there's nothing else to do in Dead Snows, we could technically take a tree to Waterdeep to see how Quilt's doing. If we wanted to. Or Jax. But we don't have to do that. It's just that we have a week to basically do whatever.
I mean,
from
I
what can
didn't-
tell.
But you could also go straight to the grandfather tree and see what's happening.
Could, absolutely, but we aren't going to be going ahead and doing anything until the end of that week, from my understanding, when they say to be there. So yes, we could, but it might mean that you don't get your armor.
I
Or we'd have to
wasn't.
go back
I
and forth
wasn't
to get your armor.
thinking. I wasn't thinking we were gonna get the armor, but you know, if Seal wants the armor,
No, we could wait on it because we do have a time limit.
because like, I was thinking like we just like do all this shit and then get the armor type thing. 'Cause, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
suppose
just
that
thought
means
we'd be ready.
we could head to the grandfather tree then? Is that what we are wanting to do?
Sure.
Sweet. Jaffel will lead us to a tree.
It's time.
Okay.
Oh, she will kiss Dress goodbye. And I guess she'll have her staff?
Yeah.
Is it, will I have her staff? Do I have to attune to this staff?
That's a good question. I don't remember.
It
if you do.
feels
I'm
like the
pretty
sort
sure
of
you
thing that
do.
would, because it's fucking ridiculous. Am I attuned to the current one? No, I'm not attuned. I think you said
You would have to be attuned to the new one.
Am
And I believe you are currently, yes, you are currently attuned to the Staff of the Woodlands.
Okay, so we're basically doing a little swapsy. So can we say that how long does it take to attune again? It's a short rest?
Like an hour.
Usually? Yeah, cool. So we would have, like, patty caked, I don't know, like, at the start of the day, and we would have swapped. So she is holding on to the Maria Tide one, and I am holding on to hers. I am nervous. She is nervous, but is trying her best to take care of it. She will also express that there's a chance she might see her before she actually goes ahead and, does her thing. But, yes. So...
Thank you for that follow.
Aw,
I
man,
appreciate
stupid
you.
Scam ass fucking text
Welcome to the
message.
stream.
Fuck. Sorry. I got a stupid text messages. Obviously spam. It's like, leave me alone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, what is this? Unpopular? Nope. Nope.
Damn.
Okay, well, she'll express all that. They would have attuned separately, so swapped an attunement basically. And yeah, let's head to the grandfather tree.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, good. I don't have to change anything. It has the same, like, base +2 bonus that your woodland staff has, so I don't have to change those numbers.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, you'd have to go outside of Dead Snows a little bit.
Yeah.
Find the right size tree. Drag you guys back to the world map.
So I suppose we'll visit, we'll start by visiting probably some of Isla's. It'd been some time.
You can say hello.
Did your mom ever make it there? Or is she still in Lork?
I tried to send them there. They kind of said
They don't wanna.
different things. I remember I guess the other ones, not her specifically, but some people are saying they had jobs and such and would stay.
So I think in the grandfather tree you've got like a couple of the kids, your cousin that got turned into an elf. Brother?
Yep.
Sorry, brother that
Brother.
brother
Yes.
that got turned into an elf. Your dad and your granddad and your
Mhm.
aunt.
I didn't write any of this down, but
No,
I believe so. I know.
that's what I
It
sort
was
of
about
recall.
5 people.
I
Yeah.
know that you gave a little cousin a knife or nephew or
That
niece.
was somewhere else, but yes.
Oh, okay. Um. Yeah, that was
Any
somewhere else.
names of
That was with
towns?
your mom. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a sort of blending in for me. So yeah, I think it's
Well,
mostly your
there are 3
dad,
different
granddad,
locations.
cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was the one that you saw hanging in the dead plant that was dead.
Yeah.
Did we ever figure out who that was?
Well, no, I could tell who it was.
Who was
I
it?
believe it was a cousin.
She never talked about that, did she?
Let's bury it deep inside. It's fine.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Uh,
If you're helping other people, you can't need help yourself. Obviously.
yeah, the list of the ones with the grandfather tree is your dad, your 2 grandfathers.
Mhm.
I think
Both of
one
them
of your
died.
grandmothers because the other one didn't make it.
Yep. I didn't know that.
Your one of your aunts and
Okay.
uncles, like 6 cousins,
Okay, so it was a lot more than I remember. Okay.
and 3 of your brothers and a sister.
Okay.
One of the brothers, which is
I
a
put on
half
you.
elf now.
Yeah. Yes. I remember all
I'll
that.
put
Wow.
in.
101 Dalmatians Kingdom Hearts side quest.
Well,
It's
I'll
not
just
that
go off.
many. It's not exactly that many.
Yeah.
No, it's only like out
Oh
of
wait,
what,
I
40
did
something?
write this down, but I put it on the freaking picture. That's why I was like, I thought I did something.
Oh, right, and I think the version I have saved is not on this computer. Shit.
It's my Isla. Folder. This is the
Huh.
original picture.
That'll be a problem sometime.
Screenshot.
I'll take it back.
Oh. So where did I? Oh, this one. Except I didn't write down what color meant which. But yeah, the green one is the grandfather tree. Blue is that one town her mom was in, and light blue is the other one. Okay. Oh, I did write down Ouroboros, grandfather tree, and Cinnabar. Yeah, I did. I could have just opened my picture. What's this picture? Alex.
Okay.
I have a picture. If you want it. Of
Oh,
where
sure,
that
yeah, you
is.
can probably just repost it in the D&D crew.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, so you guys go outside of Dead Snows, and then eventually make your way to a
Willow.
tree, and then Tree Stride. I believe there's a specific tree in the grandfather tree that you're supposed to go to. Don't know if that's the tree that Jaffa would have memorized, but
Well, I actually, yeah, I chose from memory of being there. I chose a specific tree that I sat in as a bird and spied around. So I'm gonna say that's probably not the specific tree you're supposed to use,
I don't think that is.
but that's probably the tree that Jaffel will use because that's what she remembers. So
That would make sense.
yeah,
Maval would send a thing to Baska saying that she's leaving and to give Raton all the kisses for her.
Okay. Probably give a
Imagine he says no.
Just a no.
No, actually, no kisses from you. Just kisses from me.
Horrible.
Mommy hates you. Mommy hates. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh my god.
No, I'm just gonna tell him you're dead.
Bruh.
So yeah, he would appear kind of just randomly in the middle of the grandfather tree. Not necessarily
In the city.
surprise anyone. Probably give several people like more of a. They'd give you like a confused look.
Give me.
Daph will be very proud of herself. She's like, frick yeah, I knew I remembered this. First time being back in the grandfather tree, so she was surprised it worked. This is where I tried to talk to all those birds that I thought were people. But they were just birds.
Also, technically, using the staff, you could go to multiple places in a day.
Where's that?
So it has the spell plane shift. So you could plane shift to any plane that you've been to, which for currently is just the fire plane. But you could plane shift to the fire plane and then immediately plane shift again somewhere else back to the material plane, which is anywhere you've been.
Huh. That'd be crazy just to be like in literal hell and then like, okay, but
Imagine
just
Yeah.
detour.
Yeah, you would. I don't remember how long plane shift is.
Imagine
We'll double
you
check.
you do that, but you don't tell Maval what's going on. Just like, oh,
That'd be
Oh, it's
tough.
instantaneous.
oh god.
Yeah, you do have to hold hands in a circle.
That's too lewd for me.
And
But
holding.
yeah, you can just like blink to the fire plane for like a couple seconds, and then blink back to the material plane, but somewhere else.
Maval's too pure for that. No hand holding here.
That would also take 14 charges of the staff, but like, who cares? I think that's the only plane you've been to.
Luna's been to a few, but that doesn't count, I don't think.
No, because Jaffel's gonna be the one casting it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you are now in the grandfather tree, with some somewhat confused people around you. Probably a couple more alarmed. Like on the guardians, that would be around the grandfather tree. Trying to think if any of them would actually recognize you, because it's been a while since you've been here. Okay. Of the 4 I had to try and remember, one of them remembered you. So that's good.
Well,
Imagine we just die here.
we're here to help. I mean, surely we don't look evil.
Oh no, maybe I look a little bit evil.
No, it was evil kitty.
But yeah, so you're now in the grandfather tree. I don't know where you go from there.
Go say hi to my grandfather. Hey, no.
Okay, so you guys are going to visit Isla's family?
Yeah,
Okay.
so they're the same spot.
Yeah, you would get there, and there'd be less people in the building that they were staying in. Um, some of the people from Kars have just gotten homes here. Um, they've decided to at least stay in this building just because it fits all of them. It is a lot easier than finding the space to fit what, like 20 people, 15, something like that. I don't know.
A lot.
Plus, with people leaving this building, they actually get more space, so it's not as cramped as it was. I think probably at this time of day, most of your family wouldn't be there.
Ah.
You'd probably have your aunt and your grandmother and a couple of the cousins and siblings. Yeah, probably all the young ones at least. I think your 2 brothers that are over 20
Mm-hmm.
would probably still be like they'd be out helping with stuff. And then yeah, your dad would be helping with stuff. I guess your grandfather should be here. That's about it though. So it's probably like half of your family that's still here. The rest are out
Mhm.
doing stuff. But yeah, you'll be immediately greeted with several hugs.
Oh, we're back for a bit. Yeah. She leans over to Jaffel. We're not, like, here to help secretly, are we?
It's a bloody good question. Was I told in any way, shape, or form that it was secretive within the dreamscape?
No, the main part of it was just that all of the dream druids that could make it should make their way over the next week or so. Eventually making your way to the grandfather tree. Doesn't have to be right away, but if you wanted to be like part of the planning or preparing anything, you could travel early.
Jaffel shakes her head. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, we're here to... We'll be passing through, but we should be going back to Kars, actually, to help out. We could let Father and the others know if we don't see them before we go.
Your Aunt Agatha would probably point out that your dad is actually probably with some of the. Who would he be with actually? Probably would be with some of the Guardians, planning out who's like helping plan out who's going and who's staying, and then for the people staying, who's gonna cover what the people leaving like we're doing, kind of dealing with the logistics of who's doing what.
Yeah, he'll know, actually. Fuck them. No one else has come here, right? No one new from our family?
I imagine you'd just be asking your aunt who was telling you about your dad.
Yeah.
So she'll continue. No, we've at least had some messages back and forth, but no one's made their way here.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
I mean,
Surprising, I guess. But
technically, all of you can bring them here. Like, not all of you. Jaffel could, at some point.
we could, but I know some of my siblings didn't want to leave. And although it's interesting, they don't want to. I mean, we don't even have cars back yet, so maybe they're waiting. They've got jobs in certain places now, I guess. She looks at her feet. But I know it'll take a while. It's been difficult for everyone. But anyway, we should probably go get Jaffel checked in somewhere. We have to bring her to someone. I forget. Right? She looks at Jaffel. Or did she walk away?
She says, "Well, yeah, I need to meet with the keeper, but I'm early, so we don't have to do it straight away."
It doesn't make that noise, so it's just like.
Ellie just looks at her.
I mean, yes, absolutely. We're in a rush, so you know, I'm quite important in these parts. So we're gonna head off, but it's
Wow,
still lovely
laughing.
to see you all again.
Yes, of course.
And I'm sure we'll see you before our mission is through. However, we will leave. So bye. Come on, Isla.
Mhm.
Scoot.
Yep.
Can't
She
wait on
walks.
you all
She
day.
waves
Come on
goodbye.
now.
No dogs.
I imagine through that discussion, a couple of your cousins would have been bothering you, Isla.
Yeah. Well, she said hello to them.
One of them,
Yeah.
one of them demanding stories.
Oh goodness. It's a long story.
But I imagine as Jaffel goes, oh, I mean, yeah, we're in a rush. We should go. Um, a couple of the younger ones not understanding the slight awkwardness of that. Just kind of like just going, oh,
Oh,
dang.
cute.
I'll come back for stories. Don't worry.
Oh man.
And then yeah, your aunt will kind of just like
I didn't
wave
realize
them
you
off at you and
Wow.
Jaffel will what have we done since Cars? We've done a lot, don't get me wrong. I'm trying to think what the most exciting.
Are we
There's
talking about
quite
the
a-
pirates? Zombie pirates?
Yeah. I think Jaffel will say something of like, now don't you worry, next
Alright,
time we
vampirates.
see you we'll tell you about the tale of the shadow and Jackson the Old. It's a good one, I swear, and she'll wink.
That'd be kind of cute if down the line there's a fucking Legend of Jackson later on.
Yeah.
Not me having to like force his last name that I did actually give him that I forgot that I gave him.
That's fine.
Jackson the Old. Anyway,
Names are hard.
names are hard. But so yeah, she'll sort of like tease them as like to hype them up for their story when they come back, and then she'll yeah. Come on, Isla. Minutes.
Yeah.
Seconds. Let's go. Jump, jump.
okay, so if you guys will half rush away, half just kind of let's go before the kids aren't distracted anymore. Yeah, I don't know who you're going to see or where you're headed now.
I mean, I guess I'll go to. Oh my god! Sorry, Ken's listening to something. It's just sirens, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Anyway, she'll go to where she remembers the main grandfather tree-esque place where the keeper was. She'll head that way because I guess she'll just say that she's here, and probably will also mention that Isla wants to be a part of the mission too, as well as Val and everyone else, but that it's special to Isla. So wherever it is to go to the keeper or to wherever we're hanging out, that's where she'll go to.
Okay. So yeah, you'll kind of make your way to the main tree of everything. I would say about halfway there, you would actually be stopped by potentially familiar figure. The guardian that you first saw when you first got to the grandfather tree, Guardian Sarnon.
Oh yeah.
Um, and he would come up and stop you guys. I suppose you're here for some of the discussions and planning, or just kind of checking in on everything.
Yeah, I mean, we're here. I also have my friend here, Isla, who was deeply affected by the happenstance in Kars, who would like to be a part of this mission too. as well as the rest of my party here. This is Luna, and you met, I would say, Val as well.
Welcome.
So yes.
Of course, from my understanding, anyone's free to bring whoever they can.
Good thing.
To be fair, at least the more people helping, hopefully the smoother everything will go.
Can I inside them, please?
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to do like the Hannah Montana, like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa.
Hmm.
Wait, where is it? Fuck. God damn it. Sorry, it took forever to bloody load. One second. Insight. Damn. I wanted to figure out his vibe, what he was saying about the situation, if he felt confident or not, but a 9 is great. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't think you would get too much out of that, other than like, he's clearly just like half just doing his job of anyone that shows up that hasn't been kind of brought up to speed. It's just like, all right, let's figure out what the fuck you're doing.
Okay. All right. Well, where do you need us? Where do we go?
I suppose you could probably actually head to the main tree and see the keeper.
That would go crazy.
You could I think they'd be in some of the planning at the moment, but
99.
some of that might actually, some of that discussion might be
Sold down.
important to you. So
Quite. Also, have any of the other dream druids made it yet, or are we still waiting on them?
from what I understand, maybe a couple. I don't know. I most I was told is that some of them might be making their way throughout the week, not necessarily if they'll all be here eventually or who's getting here when. Just that keep an eye out for them.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, to the keeper, if you don't mind.
Sure, and he'll kind of walk ahead of you guys, lead you straight in. As you get to the section of the tree that has the kind of like brambles and thorns in the doorway, he'll just kind of wave a hand and they'll kind of recede back. And then he'll gesture for you to walk in. As you walk in, you would probably be immediately greeted by the sight of close to 24 or so people in here.
Jesus.
Only maybe a couple that you recognize. Of course, the keeper is kind of the main point of it.
Do I
But you would
recognize my new
also
friend?
actually give me a perception check for that if you're looking for somebody specific.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you'd immediately spot the keeper. You would spot Isla's dad, who is also working with us. And yes, you would actually see
Yes.
Morgan. Morgan? I get the Q. Yeah, you would see him off to one side, not necessarily involved too much with the discussions. More off to the side, kind of observing and taking it all in. But I would say as you spot him, he would see you come in and just like make eye contact, but not necessarily like wave you over anything. Just kind of acknowledge that you're there and continue listening.
Jaffel will. She'll sort of do the same. Like, definitely make genuine eye contact with, like, not like just sort of scanning the room or anything. Sort of hold for a second, and then she'll grab onto Isla's shoulders gently, but be like, "Wait, did you say it was her grandfather or her dad?" Sorry,
Her dad.
Dad.
her dad. Oh, looky here, and she'll sort of scooch her over to where her dad is.
Oh, let me fix it. Sorry.
Huh?
Um. Yeah, so Jaffel would shove. You would shove Isla kind of in. Felix, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd shove Isla in his direction. He'd probably you'd see him in the middle of talking with one or two other people, similar in dress to Guardian Sarnon who brought you here, and you'd see one of them holding a list, and as they're all three kind of looking at it and occasionally like not crossing some out or like crossing one out and then writing it over to a different list and then kind of drawing arrows here and there. And, but as you approach Isla, Felix probably would notice you after a little bit out of the corner of his eye. Hi. I
Hello again. We are here to help.
He'll immediately give you a hug, and then
Mhm.
kind of look a little bit awkward, and just be like,
Isla does look awkward too. Mhm.
um, I'm glad that you're back, at least for however long you are. I suppose if you want to talk, maybe a bit later. We're currently going over some of the uh, guardians that would be staying here, and some of the ones that would end up making their way to Kars and push into the mountains. Trying to figure out who's going and who's going to be covering their job. Might be
Mhm.
spread thin a bit, but
Isla nods.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
Well, you best put Isla on the map somewhere there too.
Right. He'll turn to one of them and go, Ardell, if you could probably add them to the list. The ones going to Kars. I suppose he'll turn to you, Jeff, and goes, I don't know where I'd actually have to classify you all because you are part of the keepers here, but or the dreamers here, but um, I suppose everyone else would be listed as outside help, unless you specifically want them under your name. Um,
My name
I
would be
suppose that would make
ideal.
more sense. Um, Ardell, yeah, put them under Jaffel's name, and that group will be headed to Kars. Um, and the person he was talking to will just kind of give a slight wave, and uh, you'll see him scribble down a bit. Probably at some point realizing that he didn't write any names down because he doesn't know who you are. But He'll kind of write down a brief description of each person.
Ah, yes, that group with the weird orc and weird tabaxi
Yeah.
and owl. And there's Luna, who looks normal.
Oh, she unlocks her biblically accurate form.
True, true.
She has the halo at least.
Weird jewelry.
Weird floating jewelry.
It's a headband, but it fell upwards a little bit.
Jaffel will sort of. I know that, say, her father isn't having a direct conversation with her per se, but as they're sort of in a conversation, that gonna sneak away and try and scooch next to. I forgot his name. What is it again?
Morkan?
More.
Morkan.
I know that's probably not how I'll have it there. Morgan.
Okay. As you kind of shuffle over there, again he'll like glance in your direction, kind of acknowledge that you're like walking over, but still just kind of like look at you for half a second and then look back at the main group that's kind of talking about some stuff.
Jaffel will sort of like stand beside him, but sort of look forward. Like, you know when you're like having a conversation with someone, but like from the side of your face, like you're not actually like face to face with them. So yeah, stand where they're standing or beside where they're standing, but look at sort of what they're looking at, I guess. But she will, after a couple seconds, say, "Nice to see you again."
Wasn't sure if you were gonna be here this early.
Wasn't sure myself, but I'm glad to see you here.
Not much happening in my realm.
Doubt it's often everyone gets together like this, huh?
Or annoying.
Not friends with any of the other dreamers?
Was doing this in a follower dungeon.
Maybe a couple.
And the tank got
The others
knocked
are
over the second that like one of the
pleasant
NPCs
enough,
did, and then
but
launched the resets.
all of us kind of are aware of each other, but
I was just doing it for
not
the one. Well, you have certain
very
games
talkative,
that
except for
so I just
a
didn't
couple.
follow this one until wait for a specific cue.
Was it difficult getting here?
Not really. All of us are usually overseeing some kind of forest or important natural region, I guess you could call them. Some not necessarily marked on maps, but any named forest on a map you could probably assume has some kind of dreamer nearby at least.
Yes, I'm still yet to take up a area of my own. No, there's only a few left.
Oh, you could do-
Up to you, but try not to let them convince you of their first suggestion.
Oh,
Trying to pin me down with the worst of it, huh?
Depends on how friendly you are with spiders.
you were still taking it.
Jaffel shivers.
2%. 2% calculations.
Never minded being one. But a hive mind, not my cup of tea. But I suppose you can get used to a lot, huh?
Oh, are you talking about the magician dude? I see. So I see that guy all the
Up
time.
to you. They'll
I've seen. Have you seen him as free?
always try and
Did he be
not
free by much?
necessarily convince anyone, but it's always brought up as
Yeah, he's
the
so
first
good. But it's
suggestion,
also
but
actually really
also
good
not
too.
a serious one. Especially to those that don't necessarily have an area that they feel tied to for one reason or another. But it's half seen as a joke to try and get someone to take the cold wood as their region.
I don't know. You'd either have to be quite foolish or quite brave. Or both.
I've been seeing his stuff for quite a while.
I've been mentioned to be both.
I saw you. I saw you post it.
And maybe you're the one to try and conquer it.
I saw
Maybe.
you post it, and I was like, I think somebody else knows about him now.
So I was wondering. Any chance you're free tonight?
I'm surprised I never thought to send it to you.
Depends on what you mean by tonight.
When all goes quiet.
Are you talking here or
There.
elsewhere? I suppose I could be. Not too much happening this first day,
Oh my God.
other than
Yeah, I've got
seeing who's showing up early, and probably assuming that some of them won't be here until a day or two before. Seeing who won't be able to make it, although I think only a couple of those are already written off.
Well, if you decide you could be, would you visit me?
Have you watched BBC Bridge? That's also very good.
Sure. Might have one other one join us if they're available.
Jaffel, like, still this entire conversation sort of staring forward. Like, you imagine, like, in my brain, it's like, I mean, there's this either round table or amount of people talking, many conversations about what's going on, and we're just sort of talking within a crowd in the corner separately.
Has
Yeah.
Yeah.
has any of us like seen this?
Jaffel was trying to be discreet.
I mean, I imagine you would have at least seen her kind of like walk over to somebody, and then they're just kind
Yeah.
of standing there, like half talking, but not really facing each other.
Yeah, so it's
Um,
the way the conversation. Yeah, exactly right. It's like not like a "Hey, I'm Jaffel Scorn," I can like bumping shoulders or anything. It's very much just sort of a subtle conversation. But you may have noticed it, surely. But yeah, Jaffel's trying to be this. So it's up to you to how you want to play that. But with what he said about someone else joining, she'll furrow her brow, just sort of like a little confused, but forward, not at the person. Someone else that does what you do?
similar. We each have our specialties. There's overlaps with mine to an extent.
She'll sort of nod, with that furrow still a little bit in her brow, but nod. All right, well,
Even
I'd be pleased to make acquaintance.
it's like the nameplates fine, but when you have the cast bars overlapping the stacks, it just don't separate them with the cast bar. It just separates them.
Not even sure if they'll be available though.
For
Well, their realm is there to talk about, but it's a tenuous relationship between the dreamer and her associates. I suppose you've just arrived, so probably haven't heard much of anything that's been discussed.
it's funny.
No, nothing at all, really. I see they're struggling. Looks like
I
to
told
me.
him the other day that. Wait, I forget what these arrows do.
Trying to think of every possible angle and contingency they can, but also trying to figure out how many and who's going. You'll be probably one of the main discussions tomorrow, though.
Jaffel will increase furrow. Oh? Little old me?
Not my place to talk about, but keep in mind it is entirely your decision.
Can I insight?
Sure.
Where is it? Where is it? Insight. Bed.
Okay. It is. It's hard to get much out of him. Even if like you glance over and try and like read part of his expression, he is such a forgive the pun deadpan face, being an undead. Um, there's very little facial expressions to read.
But, like,
Even
even like
his tone of
indicators in
voice
the
is very
voice. Alright.
yeah. His tone of voice is fairly monotonous, or monotone. So it's hard to read a lot from him, but you would get you'd get probably two small things. Um, One of which you can kind of make the assumption that the person that he says might be joining
He doesn't
you
listen to anything because it
tonight
costs a skill shard. So
is
I don't
probably
know.
one of the few people that he would consider a friend.
Mhm.
Um, and then kind of more pointed towards what he just said. Um, you can tell he's very deliberately not trying to give you any kind of like preconceived notion of what
Twilight
is
Metal.
going to be brought up or like what is being planned. Um, just kind of that, I guess you could say, friendly reminder of your choice is your choice. Don't let them like convince you of anything. But he's very clearly like intentionally being vague about it.
Jaffel probably seems a little caught off guard about that. There's like a small sense of worry and a little sense of frustration. Um, but she'll sort of straighten up her back a little bit to try and like sort of shake it off. And right. Do you no. Well, I hope to see you and perhaps your friend tonight. I appreciate a friendly face.
Of course. Always better to have straightforward discussions than it is to talk circles around what you mean or give vague indications of what is happening. But still, nothing is concrete, so best not to state something just to have it end up being wrong in the future.
She'll she'll nod and sort of stand there silent for another, say, half a minute, and then she'll head back off to where Isla and I assume Val.
Okay. I suppose during that discussion, the three of you, I don't know if you're doing anything.
Maybe I'll just keep an eye on Jaffel.
Okay.
That's about it.
Yeah, I suppose you guys wouldn't have seen this person before. So you would see Jaffel kind of discussing with a figure that looks a little bit vaguely similar to a couple different people that you might know, but a very like pale and sunken version. For lack of a full description, he is technically an undead Eladrin. So he is similar in some features to either the Keeper of the Grove or the Eye. Kind of the almost exaggerated elven features, but in some ways, like also kind of very not quite zombie like or mummified like, but very like hollow features. Very little flesh to him. But yeah, the entire time you're watching them, like they're both just kind of like chilling there, quietly discussing something. I imagine you would see the varying expressions that Jaffel has. Meanwhile, he has the least expressionless face you've probably ever seen, other than maybe Sarah when she's trying to hide something.
Jaffel will come up behind Isla and grab her shoulders again.
Hmm?
All right here?
Hmm?
You're all good?
Yeah.
She'll look up to probably Felix. Are they having, like, are they sort of separately having a conversation now? Like, Felix and the other person that they were with the notes.
Um,
Or have they sort of opened up the conversation? You know what I mean? Like, are they sort of still separate, or are they? Is it more like a three vibe?
still probably separate. Um, Probably just the very brief discussion with Isla of like wanting to catch up with her later, but still kind of being busy. So,
Well, Jaffel will try to politely interrupt, like not just be like, "Hey," like, you know, but like, she'll say when she's able to find a moment. Um, is there anything you need me for here, or should I just do the rounds and see how everyone's doing? And when would you need me next? She says almost based on the information she has as like she knows it's gonna be tomorrow, but she's like almost playing a game with it. So when do you need me next?
Sorry, I missed half of that because I heard a car alarm going off and I wanted to make sure it wasn't my car.
Beep.
Oh no,
That's okay. I just basically said that when she
city that never
when she,
sleeps.
when she can find a polite insertion of the conversation, she'll basically just say, "Excuse me. Is there anything else you need us for right now? Should we just make the rounds?" And also she'll say, in a way that's a question, but in a way that she knows, is like, "When do you need me next?" She's almost like daring whether they're gonna lie to her. That sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, so you kind of like half cut in with that, and you'll see kind of both Felix and the other one there, kind of briefly think to themselves. But Felix will point out, I suppose there's nothing right away. From what I understand, there's something that I think a couple of them might want to discuss with you tomorrow, but more of a added thing. One of those side plans that you know, if everything works out, cool. If not, shouldn't affect kind of the main.
Something they want, not something they need.
Yeah, more if I suppose, from what I understand, if you're okay with it, kind of thing. But otherwise, it's not needed.
The life of a
But I
soldier
don't know
ant,
if
I
that's even
suppose.
something they're fully considering. A lot kind of being brought up and ideas thrown around that either are immediately getting scrapped or are being written down as consideration, and then I'm sure tonight somebody will consolidate it, and then we'll go over some of it tomorrow.
I'd like to, in my brain, I think that's fairly honest, but can I insight them?
Sure. Yeah, he's being fairly honest in that, like, you can tell he is aware of some of the ideas and plans being brought up, but um, he and a couple others are more focused on who's here, who is available, who's not gonna make it, like what more of the planning of people, not the plan of what is actually happening.
You said that I did spot the keeper, as I walked in. Can I try and spot him again and just give him a look down?
Yeah, I mean he's fairly obvious in that he's kind of in a. I guess there would be a table there, because they'd have to at least like write stuff down and everything. But he would be in kind of the main group. There'd be probably around a dozen or so people, kind of not necessarily cutting in with conversation, but um, each one kind of giving some kind of suggestion or plan or bringing up some major fact or something. But you can definitely tell it's like a dozen people trying to figure out what to do, but also just kind of throwing out suggestions of like, if this group shows up, we can have them do this or something like that. Um, but yeah, you can see him very easily just kind of in the main discussion, kind of helming it.
Probably have it that, I mean, Jeff will probably sets her eyes on him for a little while, like, not an extreme, not like staring daggers, but like I would say at least maybe probably 5 to 10 seconds, and sort of has that thing where like your eyes sort of bounce really subtly, like the irises. Um, and there's a tiny bit of a like huff sort of frown vibe going on. But she'll let that go pretty quickly and look away. All right, well, I suppose you would like to meet Isla for dinner? Is that right? After all is said and done.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know. I think I'm gonna be stuck here for most of the day, but I'm at least partially happy in that it's not my turn to sit and see who shows up in the middle of the night. So probably
Are
still
you
won't be out of
aware?
here until sundown, but
Are
it's at least
you
that.
aware of where is his name? Is it Altair? Is that your brother
Or
that got turned into an elf?
no, Eli or not Eli. The Silas.
Eyeless. Silas.
Silas.
I.
Mhm.
She'll say, are you aware of where Silas might be this time of day? Haven't seen him yet.
Uh, about now, probably still off with the caster group. The Blade Singers, whatever they're.
Did we know about that? Is that new?
Yeah, Blade Singers. No, that's um,
Where the sparring and stuff happened?
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
that
cool.
um, that was also where Quill was. I guess had shared a spell or two with Silas.
Oh, cool.
Kind of the wizard sword fighters.
Where would they usually convene? At the bar? Or
Um, probably this time of day. Uh, Probably actually still out in the sparring fields. Out west of everything, kind of right at the edge, you'll see a sort of cleared section. Still some trees growing out there, but still more
lovely.
cleared than everything else is here.
Great. Thank you, and we'll see you later. Don't work too hard.
Okay. Yeah, the second you say that, he'll just kind of like give you a half wave and go back to the list of shit that he has. Kind of flipping through a couple pages.
Jaff will sort of, at least she will begin to sort of exit through or leave. And she'll, as she is doing that, say, Luna, you ever been here? Grandfather tree? Whole situation?
Nope.
It's quite the sight, huh?
Yeah, it's something.
I remember the first time, and it wasn't even that long ago, but seeing all the different druids and the wild shapes and the forms, and I'd never seen anything like it. I mean, I'm a self-taught druid myself, so I've never seen a community like this.
Self-taught, huh?
I guess, yeah. I am. I've learned a
That's
couple
pretty
things
cool.
now from the Dreamers, but how it all began was very unconventional, I guess is what they'd say. My mother being a druid, not a dream druid, but a druid, I mean, maybe had something to do with it, but she didn't teach anything in particular, so it sort of just ended up coming to me as time went on. But if there's anywhere you want to check out while we're here, I mean, I don't know what would interest you, but we're going to be heading west to see Silas, which is Isla's brother that got turned into an elf. Pretty cool story. Sad story, but anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have some questions for them actually, and how they've been adjusting to their new body, because it's been months now, right?
hmm
Are you looking forward to seeing them, Isla?
Yeah. Been a while.
Many moons.
hmm
This wouldn't fall under keen mind, but as just a general question for the party, do you remember any stores, etc., that we went to in the grandfather tree? First of all, was the fashion place with the peacock, was that in the grandfather tree, or was that somewhere else?
That was
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep, I think.
Waterdeep. Okay, cool.
Hmm.
We did. I'm sure we visited some stores
No, it's not
in the
me.
grandfather tree, but I
So that's my
don't
hero talent that is
very
We
well
went to that
recall.
where Mirabelle used to work, the candy
Oh
store.
yeah, that's true. I
The
think we
only
went to a weed store, didn't we?
places,
Or was that Waterdeep
so
too?
Oh, what
the
store?
places you've been to is
attacking
the
thing.
Confectioner's Respite, which is the place that Mirabelle used to work at.
Roll the hero talent that
You've
all
been to
one thing you can do with them.
the
And it just starts channeling.
apothecary slash poison shop here.
Mm-hmm.
And you briefly ran into the enchanter's stuff here. Not as much of a selection that Kudon would have, but a lot of, I guess, more nature-based stuff. Actually, that's where I believe Meval got her bow.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I remember we did some cool stuff on the treetops and stuff, but that wasn't really visiting somewhere. That was just doing some cool stuff.
Right.
And then yes, we went to the sparring range place. I think that's like it.
Yeah, there was one other place that you bought. I believe bought some elven wine from, but I don't think that place had a name, or maybe you didn't go to the actual place. You just had somebody buy it for you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I suppose we'll head west. If there's anywhere that anyone wants to like proceed for and stop at, then that's cool. But Jaffel's pretty much keen just to go to the sparring range to see Silas. But seeing as we're heading west, just like through the grandfather tree, if anyone wanted to go anywhere, please go for it. But that's just where Jaffel's trajectory is that way. So go for your life.
It's fun.
I don't have anything I need to do.
Like those two things.
Me
like
neither.
literal only option from home.
Nothing. So you're just headed to the I guess sparring fields, whatever.
Yeah. See Silas.
Okay. um. Trying to think if I ever wrote a character page for him. I did. It's right here.
Oh, really? Wow.
I mean, it's definitely a bare bones page because it didn't really add much of anything,
Mhm.
but I at least had to give him stats because you did the sparring stuff before. Um,
I'm still here, but just AFK making some food soup.
okay. So yeah, you guys would make your way over to what they described as the sparring fields. Um, as you even probably get close, you would hear the occasional, I guess, varied sounds. There's the sound of like steel on steel, kind of blades hitting blades. But then there's the occasional, uh, I guess, varying noise of maybe like an explosion or a puff of fire here, or a bit of ice being tossed around. Probably, um, probably a more common actually thunderous like noise, because a good portion of them would probably know something like thunderclap or thunderwave.
And then by how the
And as you kind of get to the point where you can kind of see everything happening, yeah, you would see actually kind of a multitude of spells being tossed around. A couple that you don't necessarily hear as much because it's a bit weaker. Like you would see the occasional firebolt being thrown. So you'd see the bit of fire being launched and then hit either a target dummy or kind of being dodged by another person. You'd see the puff of fire behind them, or the occasional kind of like weaker ice shard being thrown. And you see probably a bigger spread of like buff kind of spells. So you'd see probably several utilizing the enlarge spell. Um, you would see a couple of people moving way faster than they should be, kind of indicating something like haste. You'd actually probably see a couple as well doing more like aerial combat. So they both have fly cast on them, and then they're up probably like 100 feet in the air, kind of fighting up there. Um, I would say as you get there, though, you probably don't. I don't think you would spot your brother right away.
Mhm.
Kind of hard to pick out any one figure in the kind of controlled chaos that is happening. So if you want, and if anybody else wants to, give me a perception check.
Reception.
Okay. I would assume Jaffa would try and look as well. And if you're busy and you probably don't do it in like 5 or 10 seconds, I can roll it for you. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and roll it for her. Okay, 18 for Jaffel. So yeah, Mivol and Jaffel, you'd probably spot Silas fairly quickly. He would actually be off to the side with probably about 2 dozen others. You can see they're more resting, having either just finished some of their sparring or is just kind of in between, waiting for either further instructions from somebody or just trying to relax before they start sparring again. You'd actually probably see at least a half dozen of them jotting down notes in some journal or another. But as you approach, he would be sitting with, but not necessarily talking to, a couple of others. A little less varied in the races. You'd have, of course, he's a half elf. You probably have one or two others that are either half elf or full elven. Probably only one other one that is. I'm trying to think of what race he would be. Actually, probably an Aarakocra. Now that I think about it. They're all just kind of like relaxing in the same spot, not necessarily in discussion or anything. As you guys approach, he would kind of spot you guys coming. Briefly have a questioning look of like, who are these people approaching, and then kind of that recognition hits, and he'll slowly get up. As you see, he's probably one of the ones that just finished sparring, so it's a very slow, like half groaning kind of get up. But he will probably, by the time you get over to him, be standing. And then is able to walk over and give Isla a hug. Clearly, yeah, he just got done sparring, so he's exhausted.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just finished.
Right. Cat just jumped on my chest and knocked my mic over. Okay. Hi.
Yeah, I just finished sparring, so just trying to sit and not have my legs hurt as much.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if healing would help that. You want me to try to heal it a little bit?
He'll like half glance around, kind of look at who's there. Maybe not. Some of the instructors here aren't too keen on getting it healed right away. At least as long as it's not anything bad. Of course, if your arm's cut open or anything, they'll at least fix that. But as far as like physically exhausted or just kind of worn out, they'll kind of let you sit it off and deal with it. Also gives you time to write down some more or study some more.
Do they think suffering builds character?
I think one of them might make that argument. The others, they'll at least, like I said, if it's not too bad, they'll just kind of let you deal with it. No, it's also we don't have too many healers here. Only a couple of the druids out here keeping an eye on everything, but
I was gonna say, surely most druids know at least one healing spell.
I mean, yes, but when you only have, say, about 10 druids for the several dozen that are out here, can't really throw around healing too much.
Hmm. Anyway, how's your training going? Other than being exhausted.
I mean, it's pretty good.
Oh no, you're becoming a robot.
Am I? Am I good?
Oh. Can anyone else hear him?
I can, but
I can hear him okay.
Oh gosh, they're all robots and outnumbered.
beep boop boop bop.
Gotcha.
Oh no. Maybe it's me then.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, all
All
I heard was I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect.
She's dead.
But
Are you good now? You
Yeah,
are
you're
we
good
still
now.
robotic? Okay.
No, but like I was hearing clips of your words coming through, so not really any one full word, and I was like, oh, that's not good.
Gotcha.
You sound fine now.
But yeah, so you asked if he was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, been able to learn a bit more of everything they have to offer. You see him kind of look around for a second. Where's I wanted to thank Quill for what they shared. They
He didn't come with us. Oh, Quill. Sorry, I misheard that as Luna. Even though, okay, goodness. He's not with us at the moment, even though you said it clearly and everything. I'll pass along the message. He's staying in another town right now. But I'm glad that helped.
okay. Yeah. I mean, there's only so much that can go around here, but been able to learn a bit more, and still probably wouldn't do that great against you, but probably wouldn't also be done right away. Survive for a little bit, I think.
Survive. Wouldn't be that harsh. But it looks like you're doing really well.
Yeah. I don't know if don't know how many of us will end up going, but I think I might technically just qualify. So they'll probably put me on the the edge of everything or keep me in the back, kind of.
Are you excited to go?
No, and yes.
Yeah.
More of
Sounds about right.
terrified of what can happen. I guess again, but still want to face it at least. Help how I can, even if it's staying way in the back and occasionally throwing a spell or two.
Mm-hmm. That makes me feel better. I'm more safe, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, a lot of those kind of around my skill level as well will have at least some of the instructors around to kind of take the brunt of it if we end up even being involved too much. Um, I'm sure they'll try and control it as best they can, but still a lot that's going to be happening. So I'm sure none of it'll go right.
I found that you think things are going to be worse than they are.
I mean,
Or they happen anyway.
I feel like there's only so much planning you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it helps to have a lot of different contingencies. At least that's some of what they're trying to teach us. To have some spells that can get you out of a bind or help you flee if you need. But I suppose half of what they're teaching can be used for both offense and defense if you really want to. Anyway, we'll, I'm sure, be safer than most that are there.
But it seems like you're much better at magic now.
A little bit. Still not amazing. At least not compared to what some of them can do. Not compared to what your friend knew, at least.
Yeah, but he's been in school since for a long time. Way up north. I wouldn't compare you to him. All takes time.
Yeah, I suppose for how long I have been here, it's been pretty good progress.
Do you feel more used to your body now?
I think so. It still the occasional weird morning kind of. Wake up from a weird dream and still kind of forget how I am, but it's been happening less. No, I think I'm fairly used to it now.
Mm. Glad to hear it.
I'm actually not sure if it was even. I'm sure technically it's possible in some way or another, but I don't know if I'd. I don't know if I'd go back.
Really? I'd
I
imagine
don't know.
myself, but yeah, keep going.
It still feels a little weird, kind of being around everyone, but different, but not different. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I'd miss flying, but since you've got all those spells, surely you could use the flying spell eventually, right?
Eventually, it's one of the things I'm working on.
That's good. But I'm really glad to hear you're doing well. I know it's been a while.
Yeah, I don't know. It at least kind of feels like if it happens again, I can do something.
Happens again.
You know, if we're just going about every day and just out of nowhere something explodes or some kind of thing happens.
Suppose it was quite sudden last time.
Yeah, it was. But next time I don't just have to run.
Mm-hmm.
It almost always falls. Well, unless you go around.
Anyway, I suppose you're I guess I suppose you've talked to probably everyone already, or at least those that are still home.
Most of them. I was gonna ask if you needed help with anything, but We'll probably see each other in a couple days when we go back to the cars.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll be. I suppose I don't know if you're staying here for a bit or you're just kind of in and out.
I'm not sure yet, but we'll probably be here for a couple days.
So yeah, well, we'll at least kind of see each other for dinner. Don't actually know
See
how
you then.
much more I'm going to be out here. I've also
Mhm.
got a bit of studying to do.
Yeah. Waves goodbye to go meet up with the others.
Okay. Yeah, he'll kind of just wave back and shuffle slightly off, and then probably collapse back on the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll look at Isla and ask if everything's alright.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
What about you?
Me?
I mean, yeah.
A little weird being back.
I mean, you're going back to cars.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be a
Does
whole different.
Meeval know about Isla's cousin or whatever?
They were both fighting. I want to say she was pretty far back.
Just it's a lot to say.
Yeah. I think it's time. These things generally don't solve themselves.
I don't know, this seems like it would solve itself by killing everything around it, so.
Yes, but I'd rather that didn't happen.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it'll probably get worse. The bigger it gets.
The code.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that. Do you think it's able to control things? If you breathe in, like, I guess, if it's mushrooms or...
Well, after what we saw, maybe not living things, but I know a little about mushrooms. They can grow everywhere, really. They can spread like crazy.
I guess I'm just...
Would be the good one for me to just get loot from every single boss.
I'm a little worried.
Uh,
I'm a lot worried, yeah. But do you think it'd be too dangerous?
No. I just want to make a game plan. Though I don't know what I'd be making a plan for.
I figure that's what we're gonna be checking in with when we see everyone.
Mainly, I don't want to be mind controlled by some weird mushroom. It's happened way too many times to count for me.
That means we have experience, right?
I mean, the the copperfoot poison that I got, it's more of a hallucinogenic, but if it's able to make me do that, what would this stuff do? I
use it to
just...
save.
Maybe we go in wearing
Help you save.
well, these, and she'll like take her like bandana that Jaffel gave her a bit ago off, and
Oh, protection.
I mean, I use this
That could be good.
I use this for making poisons now anyway, but
And it
I'm a
helps,
little...
right?
It does. I'm a
That's
little
smart.
worried. I'm a little worried, and she kind of just like glances down at her stomach and whatever.
A place that has oil.
I don't know. If
But,
I know anything that about
Forcing
nature,
it. Can't let me do that.
mushrooms are its own entity, I swear.
they're unique. Quite good on salad. Certain ones.
I just... I don't know.
but thanks. That's a really good idea. I'm sure we'll be fine as long as we're all going together. He gulps.
Jeff will probably pipe up at some point and say, "Are you worried about your brother being involved?"
Seems like he'll be with the rookies. Which I feel like should be a safe place. And I think he wants to help. No? I wouldn't want to take that from him.
Yeah. I mean, probably safe as
Plus, he
far
was
as.
my older brother. Sorry.
No, I forget that. Hey, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Well,
only by a little bit. I don't want
well,
to tell my older brother what to do.
I suppose, but no. As far as what we're doing goes, it sounds as though they'd be in this safer place. I really hope we can finish this once and for all.
Mhm.
It's frustrating that all this destruction really came from a place of stubbornness. You know? It's just not a good enough reason. Well, Maria all this time, she didn't have to choose what she chose. She didn't have to keep pushing a material or a plant that was this destructive, but she wanted to. She wanted to conquer it, and it conquered her, and it just kept growing. It should have never happened.
This really all happened because of one person.
I mean, if you want to go ahead and blame the plant, you could blame the plant, but I mean, yeah, it's one person. Now we don't know what's controlling it or why, but it growing in the star mounts, it not fully dying, I mean, that was her. I guess it's just enough to say is that if you think you're strong enough to contain something, some things are just bigger than yourself. I just hope we can finally get rid. And maybe your home can start to get back to where it was or become something new.
Yeah.
Me and
can probably
Duress
do
were
something
talking
about it.
about how to approach maybe attacking, killing some of the things we might encounter, depending. And she told me that it may be worth, depending on the plan and what it does, not using necrotic spells, though I don't imagine you have many or any, but anything within that because it could help them.
Yeah.
Anything fire, anything. I'd say actually for you, what is the quick detour?
Radiant.
What? Huh?
Radiant.
Yes, I'd say for you, your radiant magic could help us quite a lot. Maybe not against everything, but I don't think it'll be bad against anything, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so I have, I'm trying to read up on what Dress has told me about this stuff, and she'll show it, because I don't think she's actually shown it off yet. Which I don't know if you have a photo of the stuff, but, the stuff. Imagine a really, really cool stuff.
I'm imagining it.
Imagine really super cool, excellent stuff. There's so much this can do. I'm trying to figure out what's gonna be best, but she did say that anything fire based will likely not be a problem, so something like that, and to be careful if I'm gonna use anything like blight or anything. So there's a lot we can do. Luna, how are you against plants and evil plants that eat people?
I can't say I have much experience with plants.
What's like your... I mean, I've seen you do... What have I seen you do?
I can do some fire.
Fire's good. Fire's good. Do you have any radiant magic?
Kind of.
You look radiant.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, shucks. Nah, well, I suppose it's probably more we can discuss with the dreamers and what they think we should have prepared, but from what Dress has said, those sorts of things should be helpful. You think you're ready, Isla, to go back out there? I mean, last time, tough.
I think I have to be. This might be the last chance to actually do something about it. And like you said, radiant damage is really good here. It seems like something I meant to do. Even if it's difficult.
Jaffel will nod. Well, we'll be right there by your side. I know that technically I was called into this, but aside from trying to right the wrongs of Maria and everything that she did, I'm here for you. I want to make this right.
Thanks. It means a lot.
Of course. And Val, what you were worried about. I think the bandanas are a good idea. We never really got to use them for a disguise. But
I
are
use
you
mine every
feeling...
day.
Yeah, but for disguise? Or for
Oh.
fashion?
Fashion mostly, but
Fashion. I think... I'm not sure how they're gonna set us up, but we all know that you're best from a distance. So hopefully you won't have to get too close to the spores in the place. Hopefully we can keep you far away from.
maybe I might want to go visit the person who, the apothecary here. Maybe we can look into something that can help us breathe if...
All right, like an air bubble, but to protect us from poison, something like that.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of a magical gas mask. That was the first thing I could
Yeah,
think of.
I almost
I was
said
trying to-
I almost said respirator, but I'm like, she wouldn't know what that is, and
We're
also
not
that's
gonna-
a
Respa, what's it?
Mhm.
Question DM. In my many discussions about Maria and the plant, do I know the name of the plant that she was fucking into? Like the type of spore that it actually is? Do I know what it is?
I don't think anyone ever like called it anything specific.
Yeah, just described what it did. Maybe I
Right.
can. Okay, well maybe. Yeah, maybe if we go to the poisoner place, I'll try and describe it to them as well as sort of explain the situation. They'll probably know what it is, but I realize
we
we haven't
name it?
really. Yeah, can we name it?
We could just
I mean, you can call
name
it
it like
something.
Maria's
Death.
Bane or something.
Tide's death
Maria's
grasp.
Yeah.
kiss. Death grass.
God,
Death
Well, what's
grasp.
it- Grasp. Absolute.
grasp is good.
What do we know what it looks like? Have we
Mushroom.
physically seen it? The actual like,
Well,
because we've
we
seen
saw
what
it
it
growing on
does.
someone.
Yeah, we've seen the ex, no extension.
Example.
We've seen the extension of it, but because if you think about like where it grows from, like a Last of Us spore, like where the initial growth looks like versus how it ends up turning into something. Is it sort of like that where it like looks similar, just bigger and badder versus tiny little mushroom? Mushroom dance. Mushroom.
I don't think I know you haven't. I don't think anyone's ever mentioned seeing like the actual like source of the stuff.
I wonder if it has
I
like
think most
a
anyone's encountered has been various like I guess you could call them like corrupted things or infected, whatever.
wonder
But
if
I
it's
don't think
like
anyone's ever seen like the source of it.
a Lord of the Rings ring vibe, like a whispers, yeah, a once.
Does it
Or
have
that-
like is it like a mushroom shape that we've seen though? Like a what color? At least it would be.
bulbous. Yeah, like when it was growing or an infected
Yeah.
human plant, like was there a set of colors? Did it look like a type of
Assume
mushroom? Like was it like a shiitake? That's wrong. Okay, that's wrong.
shiitake are like brown, so I wouldn't. They're edible.
Or like yeah, what's the other type of mushrooms? I've forgotten every type of
Death
mushroom in the
cap.
world.
Wait, no, that's from Skyrim. Is Skyrim mushroom
Oh.
real?
Mushroom types. One second. Oh god. Portobello, is it
Amanita,
an
I think.
oyster?
Those are edible. But yeah.
There's actually been, from what you've seen, there hasn't been any particular like mushroom growth on any of the things you fought. There's
Oh, really?
been a lot of like rotted limbs or
Or like a zombie.
what you consume are like necrotic veins going through stuff. So there's that like kind of blackish, almost like sickly green to some of it. But I think for the most part, there hasn't been any like discernible mushrooms growing on them.
Okay.
At least not like visibly on the
D-
surface.
Did they have any like how I guess Val was suggesting in a way? Did they have any like spore gas, like, following them? You know what I mean? Like, did they sort of give off that? Like, an unhealthy air? Or, like, anything like that? Like, the spore part of it? Like, the...
Smell?
Not from what you've encountered, but
Okay.
yeah, you've mostly encountered stuff like far from the mountains, so you could probably still safely make the assumption that you could experience something like that as you get closer to the mountains. It would be safe to, even if not expect it to, like, bring some kind of protection just in case. I'm sure that's one of the plans that is being brought up. But it's not something that, like, as far as you're aware, anyone has explicitly stated or seen.
Okay.
But I'm sure it's one of the contingencies thought of.
Okay, with all that said and done, I think Jaffel will... Well, she was gonna say this anyway, but she'll, sort of agree and be like, I think that's a good idea. I think if they have any potion or equipment that could help as we get further into the mounts, it makes sense. And maybe we can try and describe the type of, I don't know, plant life that we saw, and maybe they know something about what's been going on and they can give us some information on it, because if anyone would know anything, it's probably someone who works with poisons. So...
Well, considering that they've probably been in talks with the people in Kars and whatever, they're probably
yeah.
the main potion person, and they probably have been talked to about this, so...
Yeah, she nods. Alright, well, sounds like that's our next stop, eh?
Yeah, what's the... She remembers, right? Because she got taught by this person.
She did get told.
What's the name?
Because that was the apothecary side and the poison side. I remember that quite clearly.
Yeah, of the poison side, that was Botry.
Battery.
Yes.
Battery, yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I've just realized something very, very... And correct me if I'm... That needs to happen before campaign ends. Why in the world have I not had a character with a New York accent? Why have you not given us a character with a New York accent? Like a Yorkie, I can't do it.
I know the Boston one. I forget what New York sounds
Boston,
like.
I can't do it.
Are you being racist to the
forgotten.
New
Hey, I'm
Yorkers?
walking here.
I think I am. I'm not meaning to. I love the accent so much, and I'm like, wait, I need like a rat, like a big rat, with that accent. That sounds even worse. But like a New York sewer rat with the accent.
With pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah. Haven't you seen the
I'm walking here. Yeah, like that.
And so they just hit him with the, hey, yo, I'm trying to fucking eat here.
yes.
There.
Yes, please. Okay. Sorry, we'll
Like
go.
when they say yuck.
Yak.
Yeah.
Walking. Okay. So yes, we shall head to the poison place. Bing ba bum ba bow.
This is also something that I've wanted for her. I want her to have like a muzzle fucking respirator.
Oh god.
I want to turn her into
Or-
Caustic
or-
from
or-
Apex.
No.
Or like a Oh, I'm not gonna do that.
Would that not be
Sorry.
traumatizing for her?
You know,
Like, I guess she might not have been muzzled specifically.
Oh, I feel like she.
She's been wearing a bandana.
But it would have looked really cool though. I'm not gonna lie.
It'll look cool.
She's taking it back. She's reclaiming.
It's not like she was a
that's
fighter.
that's
that
what I'm
situation.
gonna that's what I'm gonna say is happening, is she's
Yeah.
reclaiming it.
Yeah.
Because I did not think about that. Thank you, CL.
Thanks, CEO. No.
My bad.
No,
thought
please.
of bad things.
Feel bad.
I thought of a bad thing.
Also,
Feel
sorry,
bad.
y'all need to draw on the page, please. Thank.
I've
To
been
the.
being a shrimp, laying back. Belle was on my chest very sweetly.
How does one
I
shrimp
was
backwards?
incapacitated.
Oh
I guess
god,
I
that's
wasn't.
that's
I was
body horror.
reclined. I was reclined.
I don't know. I feel like it'd be cool to shrimp backwards. You can sort of pull a shrimp.
By the way,
backwards.
I've seen there's this place called where they call it a scorpion, and kids tend to do this when they fall badly. And you just bend backwards.
I've got like no
I'll write
bend.
it down.
I've got no backward bend.
Kids are
You know how
flexible,
people
not just-
arc their
yeah.
back and it's so sexy. I can't do. Like physically, my
It?
back doesn't.
Oh, you mean like when they're like, yeah.
Like the opposite way. Like it doesn't.
Sorry, I was
I'm
thinking
full forward.
a back bend.
Yeah, I can't
Oh
do that neither.
I used to be able to. I think now I would probably die. And be
I've got
like
poor
clipped in half.
mobility. Poor
Did
mobility.
you ballet growing up?
No.
I
I
feel
know
like
that you
that's the
did
only
though.
reason I am flexible is because I stretched a lot.
I recall one dance class, and I was like in the young dance class, and I didn't have one of those cute little leotards. Even though I was supposed to have one, I felt instantly
No.
embarrassed and cried. Then I had to borrow one. And so then we also just like danced in a circle to Bananas and Pajamas, because it was like a young dance class. Like it was like that's one of my earliest memories, which is not great.
Funny. They gave you like nice music. We listened. I know it was ballet, but we did like nothing but classical music,
Yeah.
except for like our performances. We had like we did it to like a Stitch song one time,
Cool.
but Hawaiian. It was fun.
Yeah. I don't think I continued after that because like I don't remember ever doing something seriously ballet. That's what I mean. It's like such a young like baby dance class. Like it was like they're just like okay, yeah, don't die for the next half an hour and dance. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's cool.
It can be fun.
It seems fun. I always liked the look of it. Like there's a lot of things I admired that I never did. You know what I mean? Like I was too
Yeah,
embarrassed to try,
same.
but I was like, oh, that's so cool, and then I just did it. Okay, so to the poisonous place. To the poison place.
Whenever we meet up, I'll teach you ballet. Okay?
Yes, please.
Acting like I remember it after 15 years. Don't worry about it.
Sometimes I act like I ballet, so I try and do an attitude.
It's all good.
I can only do it on
Yeah.
one side though, and I can do it very poorly.
Attitude. Sorry, I'm thinking arabesque. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys head to Autry's place, the sort of warehouse-esque thing that both he and the apothecary operate out of. As you guys head there, there's probably, of all of the places, this is probably the busiest. There is, at any given point, somebody either walking in or walking out, carrying some kind of box or crate. Occasionally, you'll see somebody. You'll probably see more people go in with a crate and then come out later with nothing. But for the most part, there's a constant flow of people going in and out of this place. You would see probably a lot of like bundles of herbs and medicinal supplies also being dragged around. If there's no like crate or thing available. Even getting close to this place, there is the heavy smell of both herbal remedies, but also just that kind of weirdly herb-like but slightly sterile air from medicinal stuff. And then as you kind of go to the side that you remember talking to Botry at, there's still a good portion of people going in and out of this, but this side is a little bit less busy. And there's still a lot of that herbal smell around, but this one has, like, as you approach this side, it starts to get this ever so slightly tinged like acidity or an acridness to it. But it's just that kind of smell that like just slightly bothers or twitches your nose, but it's otherwise like fine. You can kind of ignore it. But I would say as you enter, even kind of the like storefront, quote unquote, side that they have, that space itself is also busy, but at the same time, like there's no one really selling much of anything. A good portion of the stuff is either being brought in and dropped here or brought into the warehouse section. There's not really a lot of stuff going out right now. It's also fairly busy in that there's no one really like, as you walk in and kind of awkwardly try and figure out who to talk to or like what's happening, there's no one approaching you to like see if you need help with anything or see if you're wanting to buy anything. It's a very much of a space that's like everyone either knows what they're doing or knows who to talk to about where they're going next. So for anyone kind of walking in and not fully knowing what to do, most people aren't seeming to care.
I think she go and try and find a bottery.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't see him right away. You could. I would say as you even try to like make your way to the back where you remember working with him on some stuff or like seeing his work stuff. Like you go to that, start to walk towards that doorway, and somebody else will probably stop you and goes, "I, what are you here for, and what you need? Can I help you? Kind of busy right now."
I guess Meval would, in the best terms that she can describe that she's looking for something like a respirator.
At best, something like that. You're probably looking for the actual enchanters. Any that we have, they're being used here. I don't think anyone, unless you're working here, I don't think anyone has anything to spare for it. And even then, if you go to the enchanters, I'm sure they're swamped with orders and good luck.
Okay, thanks.
Before you even say that, he's like already gone and like grabbed a crate from somebody and is like walking stuff to the back.
I'll be right back.
Meval has the rage of 1,000 Karens bubbling up.
On a slightly random note, I feel like the staff would probably look something like these. probably with the whatever jewel is in it being an indication of how charged it is. So if it's kind of glowing brightly or dull, then it's you can kind of get a vague idea of the charge on it. Kind of leaning more towards the first one than the second, though. Although this is the original one that technically is from the D&D stuff. Like that's the art that they have for the Staff of the Magi. But I feel like it looks a little bit too plain.
Have a look. Oh yeah, that's that's very. I mean, the glyphs are cool, but very simple.
I mean, I could see it having some combination of that, like have the glyphs and everything, but have more of the jeweled and like all the filigree on like the first one. I don't know. Anyway, you were just rudely told off. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
I mean, you were told you can try the Enchanter's Place, but good luck.
Yeah, why would I?
I don't know.
Maybe Will's just angry about it. All right. Well, any other plans or ideas of places to go, things to look at, people to talk to?
Not really for me.
Okay. I mean, I would also say probably at this point it's getting to probably the middle of the afternoon. So not super late, but probably more like 3, 4 in the afternoon, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not intending to do. I mean, I suppose the only thing we're waiting for is eventually for Felix to get back so that Isla can catch up with them. And then, I mean, Jaffel will, I guess, see tonight if she gets visited by good old Morkan. But I don't. Yeah, I haven't. Sorry, I don't have anything else to do if anyone else doesn't have else to do.
No.
Okay. So I suppose you guys will go from the poisoner's place to I guess Isla's family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Um, so yeah, going back to Isla's family. Again, you get there, and I'm sure Isla is immediately being harassed, bothered, whatever. Like 3 or 4 of the youngest are now bothering you. Um,
Hello, I'm back. Yeah,
the second you approach, one of them is demanding stories again.
now we can do stories. You want to help Javel?
Why?
What?
Why, of course.
Okay. I just heard why, and then it was cut off.
Can you imagine? Why? Leave me alone.
Like you said it in such a way I could tell it was like someone else. Someone told me to not pick my lip, it's getting crusty again.
Stop picking your lip. It's getting
Thank
crusty
you.
again.
I meant the little cut, but yeah. Because I've picked it like 3 times, it's never gonna heal. My life now.
Okay.
I shall sit down with them and use a lot of hand motions to retell the vampire's tale. With Jaffel's help. Got one in her lap, maybe.
Okay. So yeah, you guys. I don't know if it's just you two, but you'll spend a bit of time just kind of looking after the kids, telling stories, trying to be as animated with them as possible.
And not be too gruesome.
Right. Would Jaffel shy away from the gruesomeness?
She would probably accidentally go too gruesome once or
God.
twice, or like start to. But if Isla gives her any sort of look or like no 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 no, then she'll
I'm
turn it
imagining
down.
that bit from
Is it-
Lilo and Stitch where Lilo goes too crazy and I'm like Nani, like, wait a minute, no, she's saying something else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, oh yeah, I know exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah.
She
Ruby almost
disciplines me
died. Have
real
fun.
good.
Yep.
Um,
With bricks in a
with
pillowcase.
bricks in a pillowcase, yeah. But yeah, I imagine Jeff will start to say something like, and then I looked to my right and they were slashed and there was so much. And then Isla like looks at her and is like, there was like rose
There was so
petals on the
much
ground
smoke
and there was
it was hard
smoke
to see
and but then suddenly everything
rose
was good.
petals. Where's that picture? And then we defeated the bad guys and saved the day. No. This is why you should always do the right thing. She just turns it into a moral lesson.
Jeff will be like, yeah, so if you don't eat your greens, the vampire is gonna come back at night and they're gonna
Wait.
get ya.
Don't tell my kids this.
Wait, I think they're old enough to know you're pulling their leg. Wait, do they look like they're believing her?
Okay,
Inside the
let me roll
case.
for this.
I can do a deception if you want.
An 8-year-old knows better. But then not me as an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah? No way.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, give me probably deception with disadvantage.
Because I'm not trying to really actually scare him.
Right.
Oof.
One of them is 3. A 6-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, another 8-year-old, and a 13-year-old. Not the kids. Because I read a post recently about things their parents told them as a lie that they believed for too long. Most of it was like turning on the light in the car is illegal. And some of it was just random stuff like, why would you lie about that for fun? It was interesting.
Okay, so the 3-year-old probably doesn't fully understand what you're talking about. Actually, I rolled pretty well for. I think one of them, maybe either the 5 or 6-year-old, one of them is like kind of scared.
No, we didn't get attacked by vampires because we didn't eat our veggies. We went to where they were.
Jeff will say, maybe you didn't.
I think the oldest one is like probably more along the lines of like ready to fight them.
Oh, cute.
Aw. Yeah, I'll show you guys some block and stuff. Defense is important.
Okay, but yeah, so you spend the afternoon kind of with your family. Yeah, eventually Silas would get back, and then kind of later in the night, Felix would eventually make his way back. I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to discuss with them specifically.
No.
Then Fountain also just doesn't do anything unless they go. I think it's like 0 single target.
Okay, so we'll kind of skip through that and we'll go into the night. Unless you really want to stay anywhere else, the four of you have space here with Isla's family.
Huddle time.
Yeah, so we'll go into the night. Jaffel, as you end up falling asleep, you would find yourself in your kind of familiar dreamscape kind of starting point. Yeah, it is yours, not Morkan's. But he will kind of be like off to one side. You would see around him in this space, probably a good like couple feet in a circle around him. The grass immediately around him is kind of like half dying, or in that like kind of winter, almost like dormant state. But currently it's just him.
Can Jeffel attempt to make her dreamscape look different in any way? Without going into like a specific memory? Like, can she make her starting point look different? Or attempt to?
Yeah, I mean, once you're in this dreamscape, you can kind of play around with it how you want.
I want to. You said like the area around him has that sort of like withered vibe. Can I try and from his point on the dreamscape sort of make the rest of the grass turn that way too? Can I like try and copy it, I guess, but expand it? That's probably the word.
Okay. 1 second to pull up something.
I was so close to just like dropping like halfway through because it was just not feeling great.
I'm trying to think if this would be, I suppose, more of a nature check. Yeah, I think nature.
What's the context of it? Because I can do it.
Well, that's what I'm trying to think, because it's not necessarily. You're kind of trying to recreate a more like slightly dying or dormant field. I suppose because you're technically still just manipulating stuff in your dreamscape. So give me a straight wisdom. No skills checks, just a straight wisdom check.
Okay.
'Cause I suppose it still would be part of your spellcasting ability, but it wouldn't necessarily be associated specifically with like insight or something. Okay. Um. So yeah, you kind of look at the patch around him, and from there think about, are you like fully trying to expand it and then turn the entire like the ground of the dreamscape into that, or just kind of expand it into a larger area around him?
No, she's gonna try and go big or go home. So she's trying to
Okay.
see what she sees and expand it to the rest of the dreamscape.
Okay. So yeah, it'll kind of take you a little bit to get a feel for changing a more environmental aspect. Um, but I feel like once you kind of get the feel for it, you like slowly expand the space around him. But as it kind of like expands another foot or two, you start to get a better idea of what you're trying to do. And then that would probably rapidly expand until it kind of pushes so far that you can't really see if the entire thing has changed or if like it just ends somewhere in the distance. So from your perspective, the entire thing has changed, I guess.
It was
But I would say it's starting slowly. It's an expanding circle, and then it just kind of like
should have.
rushes out as a more like flood style before it kind of just continues off in the distance.
Cool.
It's funny. Even when him and I were both,
She'll approach
like
him.
he had 60 plus PIs one night and looked and I still didn't have DPS.
I'll kind of like be looking down at the ground as you do all that. Then as you approach him, he'll kind of look back up and goes, always good to test your influence in any of the dreamscapes. Although your own is always the easiest to kind of impose your will.
I realized I hadn't really tried to change it myself. I sort of accepted it for what it was, but I suppose it's a good place to start.
Always best to start on your own if you can. Although it is good to learn the feeling of potential resistance or conflict when it's not your own and you're trying to influence another's. Also, always good to get a feel for the flip side of someone trying to change your own and not necessarily resisting it or maybe outright resisting it, but even to a degree letting some of it change but not as they want.
I suppose if they're creating change but you're aware of it, it holds a lot less power. Right?
Depends on the person and their own mental capabilities and experience. Given that you are a dreamer, you'll have a more intuitive and natural feel for uh, outside influence, but most others, while not fully understanding what they're doing, can still unknowingly resist. Of course, with enough practice and training, you could
90% of it being
override most anyone's influence.
Your friend couldn't make it.
They'll be around soon. Just. They have a bit of a different viewpoint on time. So,
Fashionably late.
rest for us is sometimes their waking point, sometimes their middle day, sometimes their afternoon.
I can accept that. I appreciate you coming.
It beats the endless discussions and suggestions and outright absurd points that people try to make.
It's tiresome.
That's why I avoid it when I can.
How would you feel to teach me something?
Depends on what you're wanting to learn.
Oh. I'd be happy to learn anything you want to teach me, but to learn how to manipulate someone's dreamscape or to protect myself from said manipulation would be ideal. I've had my mind messed with once before, as you would know. It was hard to distinguish.
Unless it's just absurd. They don't bother thinking because nobody's like overly good at it like most of the other stuff is.
I could train either, although my expertise isn't in the defensive, but having been around as long as I have, you tend to learn at least the basics of everything.
I think I'd like to learn what you're most passionate about. So maybe we leave the defensive for now and work on how to...
We can start with, I guess, a basic feel for what you might experience on the defensive side, as I'll have to change this to my own scape. So we'll do one or two small things, give you a feel for what it's like to feel an outside influence.
All right.
I'll even warn you ahead of time. The first change will be the sky.
She'll nod.
He'll very briefly just kind of like look up at the sky for a second, and then look down at you. And without really moving, you'll feel this weird pressure around your head. And it's almost like someone's trying to just like squeeze your head lightly. Not even like forcefully or like trying to like crush your skull or anything. It's just like somebody grabbing your head and kind of pushing gently.
Jaffel will describe that feeling to them.
That is what someone new to this kind of thing would feel like if they're trying to influence you.
Their mobility is demonic circle, and
There are different approaches, but for the inexperienced, it is a kind of
if they
all-encompassing
are
feeling.
equal, if they're equal,
No
unless it's like a damage
direct
profile thing,
approach, no finesse to it.
It's just a damage profile thing. I think it's not.
He'll look up at the sky.
Nothing has changed quite yet about the sky. There's probably like of the kind of normal blue sky that you would normally see in your dreamscape. It's gotten maybe like slightly darker, but it's still kind of a maybe like the sun starting to go down a little bit kind of thing, where it's still that blue, just slightly darker.
Jaffel will say, so I assume the more experienced, the less people would notice there being influence. Is that right?
It's unlikely that form.
That's one of the approaches, is influencing without notice. Another approach could be brute force. Influence without care of resistance.
So, this feeling of pressure, but times 100?
Would you like to experience it? Just briefly.
He'll, like, think for, like,
Last
2
year,
or 3 seconds.
last year
Then
also
she'll nod.
I have many approaches I could do,
Having the time spirals
but
was just lost in having a bunch of them.
brute force is probably the most
And those time
common
spirals,
that you would experience.
yes,
Most creatures that have a affinity for this kind of thing without the thought behind it would feel more like an overwhelming force. And he'll just kind of hold a hand out like he's
Mhm.
reaching for your head, but he's a good distance away.
Yeah.
And you would feel this growing pressure. Someone slowly exerting more and more force on your head. And it starts to feel like your skull should be starting to like give way and crack. And there's this absurd like headache that starts forming and starts to almost feel like strain on your entire head. And it feels like to the extent that you should be like starting to bleed from the nose or something's like hurting. Give me a wisdom saving throw. Okay. you try and kind of instinctually push back to escape some of the pressure, and there is no give to it. Any kind of instinctual force you try to apply to push outward is almost disregarded in this force.
Does any of it feel reminiscent to Jaffel when the situation with when she woke up from Quill's mom doing the slashy dash? Like the amount of, like, you know how like you was like when you basically die in the dream, how it like basically crushes your brain. Does it
Right.
feel similar to that to her, or not really?
This feels like what you would expect almost to happen before that, in that like
Mm-hmm.
when you woke up from that, you had the like pounding headache and the bleeding from
Mm-hmm.
different spots, kind of from the mouth and the nose and everything. Um, this feels more like the prelude to that. Like
Yeah.
if it goes on any longer, that should start happening.
Yeah. Okay. Well, even though she can't push back
And then
from it, she'll try and like hold on to it, I guess. Go on.
yeah, and then as you feel something like it's hard to describe, but you almost feel like something like crack in your own head. And if you were to equate it to you trying to use your hands to push back on something, your arms almost like give out. The force you're exerting just drops, and it instantly feels somewhat better, but it feels like almost invasive in a sense. There's a sense of like wrongness to your own mind.
Sort of like breaking a horse, broken will, right?
Yeah. Um, but this, at least, you have like you have a still your sense of self and everything. It's just something doesn't feel right. Something feels off
Like a
and kind of
worm's in there. Wormy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not again.
With a slight like kind of brain fog to it, like you're
Yeah.
in a slightly dazed state.
Yeah.
And as you kind of try and like brush that off and focus on it a little bit, you happen to glance up and the sky is completely red. And he'll look at you for a second. Goes, well, you didn't fully collapse, so I suppose there is a starting point to be had.
She'll sort of in that dazed way, but she'll be like, I'm glad I didn't disappoint. It's pretty sky.
What you felt at the end there before the change was given would be what you could expect from a particularly strong creature. Still no nuance to it, still no intellect behind it, just a kind of instinctual, overpowering force to it. Those with any kind of training can do a multitude of approaches. Sometimes it's easier to start on a small point and then expand from there, like you did with the field. Now, in your escape, the air feels, well, not necessarily inviting, but fresh and calming. I'll start with a point of change and then spread.
Jaffel will nod. Trying to observe it the best she can within the dazed state.
I'll see him kind of just very briefly glance off in one direction and then looks back at you, and instead of a kind of encompassing pressure around your head, there is almost like a pinprick of sharpness in your brain. Like a headache is starting to form in a very specific point.
Damn, not the temple
And
headache. Ugh.
yeah, it
The
very
worst.
quickly goes from somebody like poking your head to somebody quite literally driving a needle into your head,
Oh.
and then very rapidly into what feels like almost like a hot spike being just jammed into your skull.
I think Jaff will
And again,
probably
as you
close her eyes but try and open them again. Go on.
okay, in that moment that you close your eyes, again, you almost instinctually try and fight it or have it not feel as painful or
Yeah.
invasive. So again, give me another wisdom save.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Okay.
She'll slap herself
Yeah,
in the face.
this is a
Like, no,
this is a
stay it
little bit
open.
better in that you're
Yeah.
able to focus on one point. So instead of kind of just pushing outward in every direction, you're almost kind of it has that same feel of like grasping somebody's arm and trying to like fight from them pushing their arm towards you. You're able to kind of focus and try and drive that back. And there's this time a bit more,
mixing stuff together.
I guess, slight relief to it, in that it goes back from like a hot spike being driven into your skull, back down to still a needle being like pushed in. Not as agonizing, but still like painful and invasive.
I can imagine she, like, in that moment, probably imagines the time with Quill's mom, like when she like zipped herself back up, like with healing.
Yep.
Like she almost imagines that in that moment, sort of like how it eases. So like there's sort of like this trigger of, oh, this fucking really badly hurts, and then sort of like pulling back and being zipped back up. That's what she imagines in that moment. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And as you kind of
I didn't
drive
even
this
like
back a
note.
bit,
I moved
there is a
into
kind of
my little mother and just saw something. Like, oh,
what feels like a wave kind of going over your skull, that starts at this point and then kind of just ripples across your head. And again, the pain stops, but there's more of a feeling of wrongness. Kind of multiple things now feeling invasive and strange. And as you kind of take that in, you also kind of instinctually like inhale, and there's a staleness to the air, almost not quite rot, but
Moldy, like that sort of vibe.
yeah, kind of a room that hasn't been touched in a century. Kind of all that dust gathering, all of
Yeah, true.
that mold, and not
Mildew.
necessarily a damp mold, but like yeah. Um, and then yeah, as you take that in, he'll kind of glance around again, and that's what it feels like for a very driven approach, focusing on one point and driving it home.
Is any of this
That
state?
smell
Mm,
started 30 feet to your left, but from there, as it took, you can easily spread it as it's already present.
Entire dream. But there's so many things we want to solve, so I guess it makes sense.
Jaffel will nod again. Is there any blurriness that she's experiencing, like on the edge of the scapes or anything like that? Like, is there anything that's becoming less clear, or has that stayed mostly the same?
Yeah, I would say some of the edges have kind of blurred a bit, just from the amount of kind of pressure and the exhaustion from instinctually defending yourself and still feeling all of this. There's kind of a I would say there's a blur to the edge as you're kind of losing the energy to continue on. And as that kind of a bit of that exhaustion catches up with you.
Mm-hmm. She'll sort of lick her lips almost as if she feels as though they're dry. You know what I mean? Like if you were to breathe in that sort of air, how it
Yeah.
feels like lit. So she sort of has that lip smack sort of situation, and she'll say it smells familiar.
I mean, this is a common smell for certain places. It's one of the ones I experience every day.
Like it?
I used to, back when I could. Now, I'd say the last general approach, everyone has their own nuance to influencing, but the last broad scope that you could look at would be subtlety. This one will be different, much harder for someone to perform because it is a gradual approach that will start off slow and then without training may be unnoticeable.
Jaffel will not a bit slower, but she'll say kind of not in a whisper, but it's like she's feeling like she's getting weaker, so she'll say it almost quieter. But determined but quiet. I'll try and notice.
He'll look at you as you say that. Give me a wisdom save with disadvantage.
Ooh, pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay. Even as you're saying that, there is again a kind of wrongness that takes over. A third layer to what you're already feeling. This one feels more of a like background paranoia. Like you're sure something's off, but you can't quite place it, and it just kind of like continues to build in your head where you're like something's wrong. No, something's pretty strange. I still can't find it, but like it's almost getting worse. And as you try and think on that for a second, there is a slight, very brief, very small kind of like pull in one direction, and it's almost unnoticeable if you weren't trying to focus for it. And as you kind of turn in that direction, you'll see the tree that normally sits in the middle of your scape has now twisted and like died out and has expanded, kind of similar to what you had seen in his scape last time, where it just kind of continues off into the sky. Um, and as you turn to look at it and kind of take that in, there will be kind of a like shiver that racks your body, kind of that like shaking down your spine, like almost crawling sensation across your skin. Um, you kind of get like the feeling of goosebumps all over, um, and then all of that starts to fade, and you start to feel a bit more normal. Um, kind of that invasiveness slowly giving way. Again, there seems to be a starting point. Even noticing the change after it's happened is still commendable. However, I imagine the strangeness has started to give way uh, as you are now fully in my scape, not yours. Now that can feel both relieving as the strangeness and the invasive feeling is gone, but keep in mind, this is now my scape. So you would have much trouble influencing it. I would have a much easier time making things worse for you. And given enough desire to affect it, it is in some ways easier and in some ways harder to cause this to affect reality. being in someone else's scape, it is easier for you to influence them in that you are in their scape, so technically in their mind. So there is a direct link between them and their physical state. Whereas in your own scape, that link would be to you, which is the strangeness that you start to feel. However, given the nature of what we do when we enter someone else's scape, that still causes a link between us and them. Now, if you're looking for physical afflictions or interacting with one's physical state while in the dreamscape, the actual aspect of harming would be better trained from another. Don't mind their fangs.
We went from the reason I went to Warriors, so we had 3
And as he says that,
even this out, and then it turned
a
into
figure will kind of almost from behind you step into your sight, kind of in the peripheral side of your left. And as you kind of instinctually like turn and snap your head in that direction, you'll see kind of like a female human figure, but
that's one of the things with art is
very pale skin, almost like white and ashy. There is kind of a.
You started off keeping up with.
I can't think of the right material. Like the kind of transparency that a bridal veil has, but that kind of encompasses their entire body. And then you can only see their face and maybe a vague notion of some of their features. But what you get from their face is kind of piercing red eyes that almost like bright crimson, and a somewhat disturbing grin, not necessarily freakishly wide or anything, but that slightly like almost manic grin. And yes, you will see 2 fangs kind of sharply jutting down in their mouth.
You know, he said that he was like the old yield and
Hello.
with performing better, but he ended up doing not bad. If he truly was as bad as,
She'll just give you a slight nod, not say anything, and Morkan will continue. If you're looking for physical harm and kind of causing a terrible state for someone, Ludoris here would be better off training you. But if you're looking for kind of invasive manipulation of a dreamscape or someone's mind, more subtle approaches, I might be better off.
Ah, thank you.
Yep.
Well, she'll sort of like dart her eyes to him and then back to Luderus. I could be determined to learn both, if it's an option.
I suppose both can be shown briefly in one night, but given how much you've already experienced, a example might not be the best to show tonight. Of course, we can discuss all you want. Kind of teach as best we can through that, but I find it's much easier to understand and get a grasp for a concept when you can not only have it explained to you, but also get an actual feel and experience for it.
I tried turning on the
I agree.
accessibility TTS to
Maybe
help you get aggro or something.
with what you've shown me tonight, maybe I could
It was
just
horrible
try and
because you're like doing something
even just slightly
like it just starts listing
affect
everything and the
your
name of everything
gate.
full and just starts like spam.
If either of you are willing to meet me again, I could come back stronger and I could try another time. Two.
We can always try another night, like you said. Um, Unfortunately, I think my nights for next week will be busy, so I'm unsure how much we would be able to meet.
Turn to Luderus, questioningly.
She'll kind of give you this, like, creepy stare. Like, ever so slightly tilt her head a little bit.
Raffle will match the tilt.
You'll see her still facing you, kind of shift her eyes over to Morkan. And kind of out of the corner of your eye, you can still see him. You'll see him kind of look off to the sky for a second,
Maybe that's something.
and then just kind of shrug. And she'll look back at you. Tomorrow night, then.
It's a date.
And she'll kind of just continue to stand there and stare. And Morkan will kind of speak up. No, like you said, feel free to, if you want to, attempt to influence this escape.
She'll probably stare, like sort of match the stare for an almost uncomfortable amount of time, like 10 seconds, before turning slowly, and she'll sort of like what's the word when you kind of relax her shoulders. I don't know how well I'll do, but I'd love to try. Maybe just. And she'll sort of sit down on the grass, the dead grass, and she'll try to she'll close her eyes, and she wants to try to put a. What was Dress's favorite flower again? I always forget. I know what it looks like, but I always forget the name. Lily something. I think it was a lily. Maybe it wasn't a lily.
I can pull
It
up her
was
notes real quick.
They're
It's
really
a
pretty.
blue starflower.
Yes. So she's wanting to really focus and try and create just a patch of those. And if that goes well, she can attempt to expand it, but she just wants to create a patch, if that's at all possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meow.
Well, I kind of just remembered that Twiggy's supposed to be here. Twigs.
Yeah, I was gonna mention him. He could be around. Though it would be so sad if he was scared, little guy. Hiding behind my tree, he stayed home. He's like, I don't want to go. Leave me alone. Nah, he could be there. He could be on my shoulder. We can say that.
I imagine actually that probably would have been one of the first things that would have shattered as you were that initial like crushing feeling was kind of encompassing your head.
Nah,
I would say the thing that would have cracked that first like splitting crack in your head probably would have actually been him fading.
Oh, poor thing. Yeah, now that makes sense. What should I roll for?
Um, trying to think because like it should be wisdom based, but you are at least familiar with what you're trying to create. So I feel like it shouldn't be just wisdom. I feel like it should be something you're proficient with. So I guess give me an insight. Again with disadvantage though because of how much you've already experienced. Um,
Damn,
okay.
that's fair.
Yeah. So as you try and focus and even just change a small patch, a couple of them, anything,
Yeah, just a tiny little
um,
nothing.
it feels like every approach you try, whether you focus really hard on a point, um, that point as you try and push that forward, it just feels like you hit a solid wall, and it just dead stops. And then you kind of try and go with a broader approach, and again, it just hits a wall. And then you go almost like smaller, more focused, just create one, and it feels like you just threw a dart at a solid concrete wall. Um, there's absolutely nothing that is letting this go through. Uh, and as you kind of stop for a second, um, Morkan will kind of chime in again. He goes, "Try again, but this time I'll give it counter influence. I'll allow part of the change, but still make it my own.
Jaffel will
Um,
sort of scoff, not scoff, laugh under her breath, say, "Going easy on me."
again, give me an insight at disadvantage.
Will do. Better.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, this time you go for the kind of focused approach. And again, as you hit this wall, it feels slightly different. And this time it feels like if you threw a dart, instead of hitting a concrete wall, it almost feels like you threw a dart into a pond, but as it hit the pond, it almost disappeared into the water. And as this kind of slight, there's not even a ripple to it. It's
That's a
just
lot different.
this point very briefly like shifts and then goes back to as it was. And it's almost confusing. And then as you open your eyes, you see there is what was a flower there, but it's as if that flower has died and decayed, and any slight breeze would just cause it to snap and fall over.
Jaffel will probably just look down at it for a while.
Now, there would be different approaches to things like this. As you see, I gave it the same kind of state as the rest of the field. But there are different ways I could have done it. I could have allowed the flower to grow, but instead of what you intended, could be a different color, could be a different shape. I could have allowed a flower that causes a slight poisonous state, but I could have even made it very similar to what you intended, just a couple shades off. And if you didn't notice, you would have assumed you had a point of influence that you could start and spread, just for that to backfire as you attempted.
She'll nod.
Now, this is all coming from someone with centuries of training. So, I wouldn't expect this kind of approach from just anyone. But learning who you're trying to influence and learning what training or lack thereof they might have is always a good start. Learning more of what interests them, what they fear, what can influence them. Anything that could give you a starting point in their dreams makes things infinitely easier to start.
Jaffel has sort of like a moment where her head, like,
Oh,
almost like a light bulb moment, I guess. And she says, "Do you think you could hide in someone's dreams and they wouldn't know you were there?"
staying there, no. At least not in the same sense that you and I are here. You could leave a trace, a copy, a manifestation, if you will. But the duration of that, the lasting influence from that, eventually would normally fade. Now, I'm sure given enough practice and enough training in it, you could make it last a long time. But it's still never going to have a permanent connection to you unless you use some kind of outside influence as well. Maybe a cursed object or something embedded in the body. Something that could renew and continue the effect. But that would be several times easier to even notice.
He'll nod.
For a truly undetectable, lasting effect, it would be hard to make it last long term with the same potency that it started with.
He'll nod and say, thank you for letting me try.
Of course. It's always good to get a feel for what a practiced barrier should feel like. Something to base your own progress off of, or a goal to reach.
He'll sort of stand up weakly.
Now, I'll have to apologize for the state you'll find yourself in the morning.
Shakes her head. I think if I intend to put anyone through anything like this, then I should know how it feels. So, no problem.
You should also be aware that there are curative effects that can reverse some of this. And he'll wave a hand towards you, and there'll be a slight kind of sparkle in the air between you and him. And then there'll be kind of a refreshing breeze that hits you. Kind of a weirdly like fresh air mintiness to it.
Okay.
And as it kind of hits you, you feel a slight jolt of energy kind of revitalize you. Still kind of that you have that feeling like you overexerted yourself, but more a day or two after, where you started to recover and you started to get like over the worst of it. Um, Now, curing in this state and revitalizing in this state is also, in some ways, just as hard as harming. So, if you're looking for something like that, I'm sure some of the others could help you.
Well, it'd be good to know. I don't think I really want any of the others to help me.
Some of them aren't too bad. At least, aren't as elusive as others.
I've yet to meet them. We might not see each other until, or even if, when we head to the Star Mounts, but assuming all is well after that, will you visit again?
I'm not one for outgoing visits, but I won't be opposed if I find myself in my own scape with you standing there. Just don't be distraught if I wave you off.
She'll look. She'll have the tiniest bit of disappointment on her face, but she'll nod and say, well, you'll be seeing me soon then.
I'll just give a slight nod at that. And then he'll look over at Luderus for a second, and then turn back to you. Now, I do have some things to discuss with her, so if you don't mind, and he'll just kind of flick his hand towards you, and it'll feel like you get pushed back, like you start rocketing back, you know, hundreds of feet per second.
Mm-hmm.
And then you almost feel like you slam it awake in your own body. And as you kind of like jolt awake, you realize it's morning.
She'll like have her hand to her chest and sort of breathing heavy. And then, as she realizes sort of everything slowly calm down, she'll have her like hands on her knees, like, right. And she'll,
You'll also have 1 point of
Yeah.
exhaustion.
that is my exhaustion. David.
You would have had
Excellent.
2, but that last kind of revitalizing thing he did is.
Well, that was nice of him. Heck yeah. cool undead guy and sexy vampire lady. Heck yeah.
My goodness.
Also, it is funny to me that I think I was reading it at the time, but you said she has like crimson piercing eyes and fangs. I'm like, that's just Jaffel, bro. Like, she has the red eyes and she has the fucking ones. I don't know if you call them. I guess they're tusks if it's works, right? The teeth? I guess it depends on how big they are. The
Yeah.
teeth. The snaggletooth. But I heard the red eyes and I'm like, I know that's definitely more vampire though, like the vibe.
I was saying, I always
oh.
forget Jaffel has red eyes.
Yeah, she has red eyes.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I was so funny when I was muted. I was like, oh, like me, but I was muted. So she was
Be
not.
funny,
So
Jack was not.
I believe tusks.
Yeah, not
tusks
panicked by
are from
vampires.
the bottom. Fangs are from the top.
Well, it's like she
Yeah.
has snaggletooth going up, so she does. She has one tusk and one fang. And if you think about it
Yep.
that way.
Kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she does have both. I will admit, in the more recent years, I get lazy and I usually draw one pointing up, so she generally has the tusk, but she does have both. Hence the lisp.
Right.
But yeah, cool. Cool undead guy and cool vampire lady. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Jaffel's making friends.
Also, yeah, that went longer than I thought it would, but
It
I'm okay with it.
was cool. It was really fun. Thank you. Is that where we'll probably land off for the night though, I assume?
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
probably end it there.
Cool as.
And I believe next week, assuming
Yeah.
nothing happens or nothing delays it, we should have Soul joining us.
Cool. We don't have to spoil it by any
Tentatively.
means, but I assume you have sort of an idea of how they're gonna get introduced and yada yada, that it sort of
Yeah.
kind of. Yeah, cool. Sweet as.
In cars, probably, right? Well, maybe before. Because they could be here.
It'll be
They could be here.
before, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have a way that they'll be introduced, but
Sweet.
I don't know how much Soul wants to reveal
Yeah.
when they show up.
That makes sense. Okay, cool. Well, that's exciting. Whoop whoop. Good job, everybody. You're done with your Isla, aren't you, Decia?
Yeah.
Looks good, looks good.
The reference picture, that was funny. An owl. I have the tab somewhere.
Bye, stream.
I call it.
Bye, stream.
Bye.